Hold on a second here. Okay, this is interesting. Gloria sent me this. Philippe Pépin, who's a weather specialist, posted this. He said, concerning short-term trends with Dorian tonight. Hold on one second. The storm for the last 4 reconnaissance fixes has been consistently moving south of due west. So he's saying the storm is moving a little bit south. This was suggested as a possible solution by a few members in the European Ensemble Guidance the last few days, and it is verified. So he's saying it says slight south of due west component of motion. So he's a weather expert. He's saying that the data shows the storm has moved slightly south while moving west. That's what he says. That would be concerning. We want it to move north. The more south it moves, the more likely it's to strike Florida. Thank you, Gloria, for sending that in. Catherine Vidal says, when do you estimate it will affect Florida and how bad? Should I be worried? We didn't board up anything. Well, I can't speak to that, Catherine. I would listen to your authorities about what to do, see if they recommend boarding up or whatever. But in terms of timing, I mean, the best I can say is, according to this map, it'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be around here, they say. 8 p.m. Eastern time, they say. So isn't that around where Melbourne is? Is Melbourne south of Orlando? Yeah. So it looks like, according to the National Hurricane Center map, it suggests it might be near Melbourne around 8 p.m. on September 3rd, which would be tomorrow night. No, that says, no, not tomorrow night, because remember, it's Monday. Right now, it's Monday at 12:44 a.m. So it'd be like in a day and a half. It'd be 2.
Thank you, Ridley. We're in Odessa, Texas tonight because this is the scene of America's latest mass shooting. 30 days ago, we were in El Paso. It's only about 300 miles west of here. 22 people were killed there while they shopped at Walmart. Here, at least 7 people are dead. More than 20 are injured. Among the dead is a high school student. Among the injured is a 17-month-old baby girl. Her name is Anderson Davis. A family friend tells us Anderson has shrapnel in her chest. She has a hole in the bottom of her lip and her tongue. Her front teeth were knocked out. She's 17 months old. She's the victim of a mass shooting.
Really excited about this season, not only physically excited, but also the way they not only the championship are chasing them, but they're a couple classes down. So if you want to now, they keep it down on the sideline out now waiting for executive producer out and director waiting for a week. Why'd you come forward?
Britain just suffered through its second brutal heat wave of the summer. Elizabeth Palmer shows us it's got some people down.
On the hottest day of the year in London, the Queen's Guards are quick marching into 100-degree heat. And every one of them is hoping not to do this. All soldiers are prone to faint, even the U.S. Marines. In fact, it's such a problem that the British Army is doing research on how to prevent it. Major Ian Parsons is an Army.
a dog man. He's got that very weird limp of the right front foot.
We end tonight returning to David Becknell in Odessa, Texas, where the local rockets.
Dorian, do you want to have it?
These nuts. Well, these nuts. These Martin. These nuts.
Hey, how's it going? Hello?
My contact in Freeport in the Bahamas is continuing its pressure rating. Weekend period. Note the differences here, period. If he continues,
Very.
Marlborough, 14.0 kilometers deep, 1 minute ago by Jeanette Saturday. Earthquake update. Marlborough, magnitude 2.85. 10.0 kilometers deep, 1 minute ago by Jeanette Status M. Wave update. Marlboro, magnitude 2.9. 12.0 kilometers deep. 6 minutes ago by Jeanette status M.
And it just continues to get closer and closer and closer. And let's see, I'm interested, I want to see what the, maybe some of the winds are like. We go to Miami radar. Here's Miami radar, super res. So you can see on the, this is getting close enough to Florida coast that you're starting to see more rain on the Miami radar. Only reaches out so far. And if we go to wind, just for the fun of it, you can look in this, you can look in that bullseye and see what the wind is like. We can't really get close to the eye because it doesn't go out that far, but you're seeing a lot of 40s and 30s there. Now, when we get close to here on the coast, it's saying the winds are 20s and 30s in some places. It's saying it's a little hard to see here. I guess you have to be doing it with precipitation. measuring the wind by the precipitation. Anyways, I don't know if that's right. That claims the wind is gusting to about 40 miles an hour in Miami. That's the claim. I'll have to double check this. We'll go to Windy and see what Windy is saying. But let's go back now. Let's go here. Radar, TDPI, long range, reflexivity. Zoom in. Look at that storm. There is your Hurricane Dorian as it continues to devastate Grand Bahama Island. Wow. All right, hey guys, I think I'm going to take a minute. I want to just take a minute, take out my contact lenses. They're starting to annoy me. I want you to give me like, we'll say 1.5 minutes, and I'll just take my lenses out and I'll come right back and we'll continue our live coverage. And send me your comments at Lookner on Twitter if you're hearing updates. Let me know. We're going to continue to cover this live tonight. I'm just going to take a minute break, and we will continue our live coverage. All right, I'll be right back, guys, with glasses on, and we will see you soon with more live coverage in about 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. Our live coverage continues here. And hey, thank you, Le Petite Silver. Thank you, Le Petite Silver. I appreciate it. So I am really, yeah. I was just, Miss Misha says the Euro model about to be up. I am really looking into this Euro model. I'm waiting for the Euro model. This is the Euro model. It's one of the more widely cited forecast models. They run it only twice a day. It's like a computer program that predicts the weather, and they run it twice a day. And it is about to run. I want to say it's going to start running in about 10 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. So when this starts running, we're going to watch it live. We're going to watch the Euro model live and see what it predicts the hurricane will do. And I wonder, because with these models, you tell it what the weather is now, and it predicts the future. But I would assume that they're going to tell it. They have to tell the model where the hurricane is right now. So it's gonna know the starting point is gonna be that this thing where it is now or recently, and so the fact that it hasn't gone north yet, I'm wondering, is that going to affect the model? Given that it hasn't gone north yet, is that going to change what the model says? And will the model maybe put it closer to the shore, to the coast, because it hasn't gone north yet? I don't know. So I'm really interested to see if that gets reflected in the model. Hey, thank you, Mike R, for your support. Very much appreciated, Mike R. Thank you. And hey, big thanks to our moderators. We have right now, as we wait for the Euro model, we have, hang on. Bridget is there, up late with us. Thank you, Bridget. Mark Helton, thank you. Andrea McAttack, thank you. Upstate Dad, thank you. And our Linda Belk in our Periscope chat, Kathy, Sharon, Craig, Lightning, thank you for moderating. And we have in our Facebook chat, Kimberly Peterson is there right now. Thank you, Kimberly. And I think Essence maybe was there. Is there or was there? Thank you, Essence. And our Twitch moderators too. Thank you, all the moderators. Hey, we can always use, by the way, volunteer moderators. So if anyone is interested in being a moderator, if you're interested in moderating on YouTube, you can email aftvmod@gmail.com, aftvmod@gmail.com. If you're interested in moderating on Periscope, Twitch, or Facebook, you can message me on Twitter, @LookNerd on Twitter. Does it seem like it's maybe going a little south, like at the end? Is it maybe going a little south at the end?
40 minutes ago by the MKG status now.
I don't know. It's so hard to tell.
3.6 earthquake.
It's certainly not going north. And we start to see these little bands getting close to the little bands of rain on the coast of Florida. How are we doing with the Euro model? Where are we got? Let's see. They have not started the new Euro model yet. I think it's 1:45. I think it's in 14 minutes they start the new Euro model. Let me know if you see it started running. But it hasn't started yet. It kind of looks like right at the end it turns down a little bit. Temecula Joe says you guys are wishing you see us out. No. This is really, everybody in the chat room is trying to figure out if it's going south or not. Linda Belk says, I've been thinking it was moving slightly south for the past 2 hours. Wow. Well, the one thing we know it's doing is it is devastating. I keep having to remind myself of this because I'm, like a lot of you, I'm very interested in seeing what it ends up doing with regard to Florida. But we have to keep remembering the entire time since this morning, the entire time we've been on the air tonight, it has been devastating Grand Bahama Island. Don't forget about that. This is a Category 5 hurricane 180-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusts over 200 mile an hour. There's storm surge in some places of 18 to 23 feet. Heavy rains. This is devastating this island in that eye. You know, a bunch of Great Abaco Island, a bunch of that island's like there. So a bunch of the Great Abaco Island didn't get the eye. But it looks like most, if not all, of Grand Bahama is going to get, you know, the eye, both ends of the eye, front and back. It's just where the strongest winds are. It's really there's devastating stuff going on right now in the Bahamas. Right now. So, but we won't find out about it, I bet, for like tomorrow or the next day, because there's no communications coming out of there. Somebody said there was a radio show going on there. I don't know if people are hearing anything. Let me know. Agent Black says the weather.com high def radar went south-southwest. What do you mean by that, Agent Black? I don't know what you mean. Thank you, Agent Black, for your support. Thank you, Mike Losh, for your support. Mike said, is north side of GB getting hit by 3 sides of the eye? Is north side of GB? Oh, you're saying is the north side of Grand Bahama getting 3 sides of the eye? I don't know what, like, how would it be getting hit by 3 sides? I'm trying to figure that out. Mike Losh, I'm trying to figure out how that would happen. I'm not sure. I mean, there's this side, there's the top side, you know, so I'm not sure. I don't think any one point is getting hit by more than 2 sides of the eye. Unless you're right here, you're getting like a lot of the eye for a while. Yeah, Trading Desk says models show some models had it north of Grand Bahama, but it's hugging the south side of the island. I mean, certainly there have been models that showed it. We talked about this. Recent American model had it north of Grand Bahama, like around here, and it's not there. So we were talking about that earlier. The models that said it was going to go north, basically, as it was going across Grand Bahama Island, have been incorrect because it has not been going, at least so far. So I'm waiting to see if the fact that it hasn't gone north yet cause the new models, when they come out, the new model runs, to put it closer to the coast of Florida, because they no longer will be able to have it going north while it's going over the Grand Bahama Island, because it hasn't gone, and that's done. The Euro model hasn't started yet, by the way. We're still waiting for the Euro model to start. Hasn't started yet. Soon. And we will be covering the Euro model, live Euro model coverage coming up. Errol says maybe there are places getting hit by the top, front, and back of the eye. I guess then maybe that could happen, maybe, if it's moving a certain way. You would have to not be moving horizontally, I guess. I don't know. It's late. It's 1:36. I'm not going to worry about it, but thank you. Hey, Le Petite Silver. Thank you for your support, Le Petite Silver. That's very kind of you. Petite Silver is in Calistoga. Thank you, Le Petite Silver, for your support. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Matthew Cox sent me this. Michael Armstrong claims there was a wobble earlier tonight. He's a meteorologist. He says savage wobble as tonight as the eye was passing over Grand Bahama. So he's saying that it seemed to go up and then down. I guess it sort of does seem to go up and down. That's a long-term radar. That's a shot of the. That's almost like the satellite shot from the last number of hours. But the question is once it got here, what happens after this? Did it go? It looks like it seemed to be going due west the last few hours, but some meteorologists say it's going slightly south. It ain't going north right now. Still waiting on the Euro model. Thank you, Brad Allen. I appreciate it, Brad Allen. Thank you so much for your support for Agenda Free TV. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Come on, Euro model. I think it's 145 for the Euro model. We will have live coverage of the Euro. And thank you, Susan Marie. I appreciate it, Susan Marie. Thank you. I really could sit in here and just be mesmerized watching this get closer to the Florida coast and wondering when it's going to turn. Euro model has not started. In case you're wondering, the Euro model has not started yet. So we'll take a minute. We'll wait. See. Here's very interesting. Sam Lilo posted this. That, I guess, is the track of the hurricane. Okay? So, I think... Yeah, so Philip Pepin says, struggling to gain any latitude. According to Archer, we have lost 0.05 degrees of latitude in the last 6 hours. Might not sound like much, but since the majority of models had Dorian gaining latitude going north in the same time frame, it's been worrisome. So he's saying in the last 6 hours, it's gone slightly south overall, and the majority of models said it's supposed to be going north now. And then this was posted by Sam Lilo, and I guess that's the path it's taken over the last, since way back here. I mean, this is a while ago. So this is like, today is like it came across this morning, Great Abaco, and then it went, now it looks like kind of be going a bit south. There. Thank you, Matt Dennis, by the way. I appreciate it, Matt Dennis. Thank you. But, I mean, they're talking about the same thing that we've been talking about here. I know a number of you have mentioned it, and I've been talking about it as well, is it seems like the models were saying it should have been moving north already. So how is that going to affect the models now if it's not moving north? Alan Hill says, are the models misinterpreting the effect of the high that was supposed to allow the storm to move north? Well, Alan, the main reasoning I've heard that the storm would move north is that this high pressure system above it would weaken. So maybe it's the case. Look, there's some reason it's not moving north yet. From what I've been reading, my guess is that it's because of the high pressure system not going away not weakening the way they thought it to. I thought it was, but I don't know that. I mean, I don't know the exact conditions. I'm not a meteorologist. I just know that I keep reading, weather science and meteorologists talk about how it's all about the high pressure system above it. So maybe the high pressure system is not behaving as the forecasters have thought it would. But if the National Hurricane System has been saying constantly, this could definitely make landfall. Not sure. No one's exactly sure how this is going to play out. They have a cone on the National Hurricane Center site. Their forecast is a cone. So the cone represents the likely position of the center of the storm. It could be here. So they're allowing for that possibility with the National Hurricane Center. But I mean, to me, they thought it was going to turn north a little sooner. It just seems like the various. If you zoom in on their prediction, we did this before. If you zoom in on their cone, this is their last cone they posted at 11 p.m. It has it going north already. It's 11 p.m., but it hasn't. Thank you, Mish. Thank you, Mish, for your support. And also thank you to Smurf. Smurf says, whatever the path of the storm is, they're currently the top 5 strongest storms ever recorded on Earth. We need to send prayers to every one of its paths. Thank you, Alan Hill, for your support as well. I know it's the top strongest hurricane to ever occur in the northern Bahamas. I don't know if it's one of the top 5 ever wind speeds. I'll have to look that up. Has the European model started yet? No, not yet. We're waiting for the European model. Strongest hurricanes ever. List of Atlantic hurricanes. This is Atlantic. Oh, well, actually, hurricanes. Atlantic hurricanes. Most intense Atlantic hurricanes. This is pressure. How about winds? Highest sustained winds. Yeah, Dorian. This is Atlantic hurricanes. I guess they can be in the Pacific too. Dorian is tied for the strongest landfalling Atlantic hurricanes. Strongest at landfall. 185 miles an hour. Tied with Labor Day, 1935. There it is. Every time I check, I see if it's going north, but it's not yet. It's still not going north, folks. Maybe I should. What if I do this? Let me see. Can I make the loop a little longer? I made the loop a little longer of the radar. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's going south. It's going south. It kind of looks like it's going south, doesn't it? Look at this. Look at this. Isn't it turning south? Isn't it turning south? Look at that. Have I lost my mind? Have I lost my mind? It really does look like it's going slightly south. Yeah, a bunch of our viewers think it's starting to edge a little south. So, oh, everybody's posting in the chat room now. Now, this, remember what Philippe Papin said. What Philippe Papin said is, Philippe Papin was talking about how, he said, when they ran the Euro model earlier today, they do this thing, the Euro model ensemble, where they run the Euro model a lot of times with slightly different initial conditions. And he said, what he said is, they ran the Euro model a bunch of times, and it some of it went like this, and some of it went like this, okay? That's what Philippe Papin said. He said they ran the Euro model earlier, and he said basically, well, what he was saying was, when it reaches a certain point, he said it's totally with the model for it to go straight, but he said it's going to reach a certain point where every Euro model forecast went either did this or did this. So he was saying that actually I need to adjust this here. Let me do it this way. what Philippe Papin seemed to be saying is he was saying something like, look, if you look at the Euro model earlier, all the predictions from the ensemble did something like this. So he said, like, this thing is moving west, but he said he's really interested in seeing it's going to get to a point where the model forecasts either go north or south. And he didn't know if that would happen, but he was wondering if it was going to go north or south at this point, because at this point, earlier when they did the Euro model runs, all of the ones either went north or south at this point. So he was suggesting we might know soon whether it's going north or south. Now I don't know if this is going to continue, but it'd be very interesting if that's what happened. SSS PVP says you're right. It's turning south slightly. By the way, Grove, Nassau is underwater from 1st to East Street via ZNZ Bahamas. Other areas floating in Nassau, which is about 100 miles south of the hurricane. Thank you, SSS PVP. I appreciate it. Thank you, Planet Arizona, as well. Planet Arizona says the way Dorian squeezed between Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands made it seem like it had a mind of its own. All right, let me just see, is the Euro model running yet? No, the Euro model's not running yet. We're waiting for the Euro model to start running. But guys, look, it kind of looks like it's going a little south, doesn't it? Trading Geek thinks it's a wobble south, but it'll keep going west. This is interesting. Rage Strike wants to see what the path was of the Labor Day 1935 hurricane. I can look it up. Thank you, Rage Strike, for your support. Labor Day hurricane 1935. The path of the Labor Day hurricane in 1935 was this. It went, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. It went across here, and it went up the west coast of Florida. And then it made landfall, it looks like, also in the Gulf and the Panhandle. I'm not really familiar with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. But it looks like the strong impact was south coast of Florida. But it came from the south. The Euro has still not started. Don says Hutchinson Island. What are you asking me about, Don? I don't know. You say Hutchinson Island. Oh, are people asking about the nuclear plants again? Is that what you're asking about? Folks, nuclear plants built in areas where there might be a hurricane, they build them very strong, and also they'll take precautions. So I'm not overly worried about the nuclear plants. I'm going to assume they build them like way past worst case scenario. So I'm not going to spend time worrying about the nuclear plants. If you want to, that's fine. My understanding is that they build these things to withstand like more than the worst case scenario. There is a nuclear plant near Port St. Lucie on the east coast of Florida. I am not going to worry about the nuclear plants. That's a different stream because we could just spend all day doing that, and I don't feel like it's worth spending. I'm not going to spend the time on it. I'm making a anchor decision to not spend time on it because I think they make this trouble. If I get reliable information that these plants are at risk, I will certainly report it. I will not report the information. I have heard nothing reliable suggesting there's any risk whatsoever from nuclear plants. If I hear a reliable source say that to me, I will be happy to report it. just mention it because people last night kept asking about it. Like a lot of people asked about it. So I'm putting that out there. If that's what you want to discuss, that's fine. But this is not the stream that's going to cover the nuclear plants. Just so you know. Hey, this is the Euro model, but it's still not running yet. But again, if you find a reliable source saying that a nuclear plant is seriously at risk, a safety risk, I will be happy to report it. It's still not running. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this thing that's supposed to be going north, and it looks like it's turning south. It looks like it's turning south. It's turning south. It is. There's no question it's turning south. There's just no question. Don M says, just asking. Thank you, Don M. Yeah, I didn't mean to pick on you, Don M. I didn't mean to pick on you. I wasn't picking on you. I was just, Don M, I was more directing this at the 1,000 people who are going to ask about it next. So thank you, Don M. I appreciate it. I do appreciate your support. Do we have the Euro model starting yet? No. Euro model still hasn't started populating yet. Oh, Euro model's running. Breaking news, Euro model is running. The Euro model is running. Here we go. Here's the new Euro model. You can see 0, 0, 0, and 24. Hey, thank you, Rick Stars, by the way. Thank you, Rick Stars. All right. This is the new Euro model. The computer is running the new Euro, not my computer, whatever computer they run it on for computers, it's running the new Euro model. That's 0, 0, 0 time. That's after 24 hours. So the Euro model predicts that in the first 24 hours, it's going to go from there to there, okay? Let us watch the Euro model. Let's see, is it going to take it closer to the coast than it's been taking it? That is 24 hours in. That's right now. That is right now. You can see it's right at Grand Bahama. They say in the next 24 hours it's going to do this. Oh no, that's 24 hours. What's going on? That's 0. This is confusing because. All right, so it's a little weird here. It's a little weird. Hey, thank you, Logic, for your support. I really appreciate it, Logic. That's very kind of you. Thank you. So it looks like this is forecast hour 0. That's forecast hour 0. But the hurricane isn't there right now. The hurricane is actually like here. So it's a little weird because it's starting. The pink dot is where the hurricane is right now, okay? So, and just know that the pink dot is where the hurricane is right now. Now, this model says 24 hours in. It says 24 hours in, it's going to be here. That looks a little north of where the hurricane is now. I mean, it's pretty close. Although the hurricane looks to be going kind of south right now. Look at it. It kind of looks like it's going south. Anyways. But this is basically the model right here at this point, which is the latest point in its forecast. We're going to see them further. It's pretty close. That's pretty close to where the hurricane is right now. Maybe it's off a little bit. So let's see what the Euro model says that this hurricane is going to do from here. Let's see what it says. It's thinking right now that it's the computer running the model is generating the forecast. So we'll see what it says. In the meantime, we'll watch this hurricane move south. Oh, I'm sorry. Sam Saragay says the model was initialized at 8 p.m. So yeah, I think Sam is right. See, it says initialized 8 p.m. So the starting point could be further ago. I don't know exactly how they do it though, because it's running now. I know it's running now. So maybe they have to program it. Maybe they have to program the data in several hours in advance. Yeah, it probably takes them a while to set it up. So it makes sense that it makes sense that they can't just start the model with the hurricane where it is right now. They have to go somewhere in the past. They probably, but it's running right now. I know it's running, but now maybe it just takes, or maybe it takes a really long time to run. Maybe it takes several hours to run, and now we're finally getting the results. I don't know. That's a good question. I need to do some research on that, on how exactly it works with the timing of the euro. But it's running right now. It's giving its forecast right now. But yeah, you're probably right that they have to set it up hours in advance and get the initial conditions in there hours in advance. So it's not starting where the hurricane is now. But that is roughly speaking where the hurricane is now. Well, guys, let's not forget also that this hurricane is devastating the Grand Bahama Island as we speak. Let's just keep that in mind, that we will be hearing tomorrow about devastation on Grand Bahama Island from this hurricane. I keep having to remind myself of that. Right now, 180 mile an hour sustained winds, gusts over 200 miles an hour, storm surge 18 to 23 feet in some areas, torrential rains, huge destructive waves. That's all happening right now on Grand Bahama Island. And I keep having to remind myself, I'm pretty sure there will be people drowning tonight in Grand Bahama Island, unfortunately. I hope that's not the case, but it just seems like it. I mean, this is devastating what you're seeing right now. So we have to remind ourselves it's still going on. So it's hard because I'm so focused on whether on what the track is, going towards the United States. And we were covering the Bahamas all day today, during the day. And normally with a hurricane, you cover it and it makes landfall, and then a few hours later it's weaker. But I keep having to remind myself, this has not really gotten any weaker. It's gotten a little bit weaker, but pretty much the same hurricane that devastated Great Abaco Island is devastating Grand Bahama Island right now. So we're going to hear terrible things about what happened to Grand Bahama Island tonight. It's happening right now. So keep the people of Bahamas in your thoughts, specifically the people of Grand Bahama Island. That's going on right now. Oh, Euro is up. They just updated the Euro models. Okay, here is, let's see, here is where it puts the hurricane after 48 hours. So after, here it is. Let's see what it does after 24 more hours. Okay, so according to this model, it's going to go from here to here. Here to here. I bet the next one will be up here. This is the current run of the Euro. I mean, that's not right on the coast. That's a little up. But hey, I'm looking at my eyes what's going on with this radar. I'm not seeing it go north. Casey Storm Chaser says the Euro model sucks and it's wrong. Hang on a second. Let me check. If you have comments, if you're giving updates, give me a shout on Twitter at Looker as we follow the storm track. Rick Starr says, how would a woman get north of the Bahamas? Well, I don't know what's going on there during the hurricane. I mean, there's no power, I think, in a lot of the northwestern Bahamas right now. So it's a very difficult situation. Thank you, Rick Starr, by the way. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Deputy Mark sent me this. He said, on this video, it sure looks like it's moving south. That's what Deputy Mark said. Maybe a little bit south, yeah, I agree. Thank you, Deputy Mark. JRK Jet sent me this. Sam Lilo posted, here's the 30-minute position track for Dorian, laid over today's European forecast tracks. Note that Archer. Is this American model? GEFS, is that the American model? Ensemble. GFS. Weather model here. 2174. Yeah, I think this is the American. This is the American ensemble. Anyways, Archer runs fourth of the model analysis, and it turns out the discrepancy is even greater than it appears. So, what he's saying is that the red line is the actual position of the hurricane that it's taking. These lines here are the American ensemble forecast earlier today, where they run the American model a bunch of times with slightly different initial conditions each time. That's what the model said it would do. So he's saying that this is running south of what the American model was saying it should do. That when the American model ran earlier today in the ensemble, almost all of the ensemble members had it north of where it is right now and moving. So maybe the models have gotten it wrong in terms of when it's going to turn north, or if it's going to turn north. We don't know yet. Well, let's go back to the Euro model. Has it updated yet? No, Euro model is still there. So we'll see where it sits. It's running right now. We'll see where it takes the hurricane. You know my theory on hurricanes? It changes every day. Something big changes every day. Well, here's your radar. Here's your radar. Oh, 2 a.m. update. I missed the 2 a.m. update. Thank you for letting me know, guys, about the 2 a.m. National Hurricane Center update. All right, let's see what they say. Wind is down to 175, so it is weakened slightly. This was predicted. The hurricane is weakened slightly. It's still a Cat 5. The max sustained wind is down to 175 now. The pressure has slightly increased from 914 to 916, but it has slowed down from 6 miles an hour to 5 miles an hour. So again, it's slightly weakened from 180 to 175. Pressure has slightly gone up, which means slightly meaning from 914 to 916, but it's slowed down from 6 to 5. Okay, they said that. Category 5 Dorian continues to batter Grand Bahama Island. Let's see here. The core of the extremely dangerous Hurricane Dorian will continue to pound Grand Bahama Island through much of today and tonight. Wow. The hurricane will move dangerously close to the Florida East Coast tonight through Wednesday evening. All right, let's see here. They don't have the new map posted yet. Let's check out the new. Oh, they don't have the new forecast discussion. They don't even have the new. Oh, there is no new forecast discussion. It's not 5 p.m. There's only a forecast discussion, a new one of these every 6 hours. Now, they don't have a new map yet. I'm guessing the map might end up being the same. Yeah, they don't really say anything in here about changing the track. So it's weakened a little bit since the last update. It's weakened a little bit since 3 hours ago. Max winds 175, still a very powerful hurricane, Cat 5. Pressure went up a little bit. All right, that's that. Euro model. Here's the next update for the Euro model. We have the next 24 hours later. Here's what the Euro model says it's going to do 24 hours later. Okay, so the Euro model, this Euro model is still saying it's going to stay off the coast. Euro model is still doing this basically. That one's good. That's that one's too. Let me do that again. Yeah, so Euro model is basically saying it's going to do this so far. That's what the Euro model says. What can I say? That's what it's saying. But note that the Euro model is saying also that if we start at hour 0 on the Euro model, here's hour 0. That's where its starting point was. It has it going north right from the start. Watch. That's where it started. Already goes north. Already goes north. More north. More north. So this model assumes that it's going north from the start. But I don't know if that's going to end up happening because it doesn't look. It looks like it's going south. A little bit, very slightly. Seraph Sirius says the wobbling eye is obvious. It will go north. I have no idea what's going to happen. I just have no idea. I have no idea. Thank you to our moderators, by the way. Barbara Smith is in our YouTube chat right now moderating. Mark Helton is there. Thank you both for moderating. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you to our Periscope moderators. Who's there right now? I don't know. Do we have anybody left from Periscope moderators? It's okay if we don't. It became a late night stream. Well, who's ever in there moderating our Periscope chat, thank you. And thank you to our Facebook moderators and our Twitch moderators too. Kimberly Peterson's still in our Facebook chat. Thank you, Kimberly. Let's see here. Daddy says, I strongly believe that Dorian will drift southwest, and we are all going to be in for a major shock. You know, I was wondering about this. 1,024th staple says eyeball replacement activity stopped. Eye is still connected strong. Yeah, there were. Well, it's not. No, I wouldn't say that because you're still seeing at certain points black around the eye. See how there's black around the eye? So that would seem to suggest that the National Hurricane Center had said there were two eyes, either one and an outer one. Very strong hurricanes sometimes have an eyeball replacement or an outer eye replacement. So it doesn't look like it's stopped. I mean, we haven't seen the inner eye collapse, but we're still seeing that dark area around the inner eye. I don't know that it's entirely stable. But the eye wall hasn't been replaced. I mean, it's the same inner eye is there. It hasn't fallen apart. Any meteorologists posting about this, saying what they think is going on with all this that we are watching right now. Oh, by the way, we've been saying this. Sam Lilo says Grand Bahama Island is just getting absolutely relentlessly hammered by Dorian. The center of the Cat 5 hurricane is perfectly paralleling the length of the island at the moment, keeping the northern eye wall near land while falling westward in snail's pace. This is what we've been talking about all night. It's in like the perfect position to devastate that island. That island is right across here. That's where the island is, right here. You can barely see it. But the island, Grand Bahama Island, is like, like that kind of thing. So it just, the eye is going right across the island. Hey, is there an update from Europe? We have a new plot from the European model. Here's the European model's latest plot. It said the hurricane is going to do this, then this, then this, and then it says that. So that's what a bunch of models have been saying today. Off the coast, some on Florida, getting closer around South Carolina, North Carolina. Maybe this will end up happening. I don't know. Hey, thank you, Corgis and Horses, for your support. Corgis and Horses, thank you. I'm obsessed with just looking at this radar and just seeing where it goes. See, I wish there was a channel. Unfortunately, I'm not a meteorologist, and I don't, obviously, and I don't know exactly how all the models work. Like, what there should be is there should be a channel like on TV. Like to me, the Weather Channel should just have 3 meteorologists, and all they're doing is saying hey, is this southern turn the same as what's going on with the models? Because they'll be the ones who can really discuss this. Now, we're forced to kind of go out on Twitter, and once in a while a meteorologist posts something on this, and we try to read into their tweet. But I'd love to hear that discussion among people who were really familiar with all the details, because that's what people want to know. People want to know where it's going. That's really the main concern. And I want to know to what degree is this not having turned north yet and seeming to turn south a little bit? To what degree is that different from the models, and how significant is it that it has not turned north yet, and how significant is it that this seems to be going a bit south? And we've seen a few experts post something on it, but that's the big question. That's the most important question. I mean, obviously there's questions about what's going on in the Bahamas. That, unfortunately, we don't have information on that right now. We know it's getting devastated. But in terms of the U.S. question, I mean, I think that's the question everybody wants to know. Oh, is this not updating, by the way? Hold on a second. Why is this working? The radar scope should be updating. Hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I just restarted it. I don't know why it's saying 123. Radar stop? Did this radar stop or something? There might be an issue with the radar. This is really weird. Let me go to Miami. Let me go to Miami. That's weird. Thank you for letting me know that. I mean, normally it updates, and especially normally it updates when if I log out, if I close it and start it again. So I don't know why it's in a weird loop or something. Hang on, let me do radar mode Miami. All right, now that's Miami, but we can't see much. TBPI. I don't know what's going on. This is very strange. So look, you can't see it, but it says that like if this radar loop goes up to 1:23 a.m., but it's 2:19 a.m. It should be going past 1:23 a.m. So has it not been updating for like 40 minutes?
Nearly due west. I don't know when this turn is going to happen. We talked about maybe we were seeing it in some of the 1 minute images.
Yeah, now that's going to 2:15.
Fact of the matter is,
yeah, it looks like there's an issue.
Just a degree or two lower from due west.
And that's rather damning.
Yes, it is.
Because the models and the NHC at this point already wanted it to be starting to shift much more significantly to the west-northwest than it actually has. And like we've mentioned multiple times in the stream today, at the earlier in the day chat when it first got to its 175 to 185 miles, we were kind of baffled at that 3-hour discussion earlier in the evening. Now we've seen mentioned again and again that every minute, every hour that it continues to go closer to the due west attitude that wasn't previously anticipated, really more and more likely that Florida and parts of the East Coast people impacts. And we continue to monitor that development because that's very seriously to watch very closely how quickly it slows down more, how much it slows down, what direction it starts to turn in, and when. All of this is imperative to future work at the moment. And just to get the 1 minute imagery, do we have, I mean, according to us, with the center of the eye, landfall at this point in time?
I think so, yes.
This is the very last frame, so it's like more than half the eye is there, and landfall, and the first half of the category 5 extinguished through the very eastern port of Grand Bahama. And at this rate, Freeport is going to get the worst of it as well. I wouldn't be surprised if nothing significant happens in category 5 extinguished and an impact in that area.
A magnitude 3.7 earthquake occurred. Dodecades is Turkey border red. 5.0 kilometers deep, 11 minutes ago by EMSC status 8.
When it's going to weaken. If that happens. If.
Weakening will be very slow to occur. Wind shear is 10 to 15 knots. The one thing that will probably weaken most in the next 24 hours is if it presses itself and completely stalls, water sea surface temperature might start to begin, the storm might begin to capitulate. You cannot say that this will go below, say, category 3 by the time it makes its closest path to Florida.
I think it'll still be category 5 by the time
It could well be.
It could make landfall. It could be category 4, possibly category 5. And I doubt that as well, but a landfall for the that is an uncertainty with one standard deviation either direction. And 33% of the time, this one can also go outside of Mexico. And considering things with the model so far, some of the uncertainty with stalling, where will it happen? The landfall is still a possibility in Florida, but it's not as likely as we were assuming 3 days ago. I think over 50% chance of coming. Now, can't rule it out either. It's in the kind of uncertainty for a reason. And you're completely right that the only thing that could stop this storm potentially would be hitting something or button on itself. And if that were to happen, regardless, that would still expand the field significantly and potentially increase the area of impact more. So you could say, oh, that's a good thing, but it's bad at the same time for certain areas as well.
So I said it earlier, but I have just like the storm has made landfall, the center of the eye has made landfall on August Key in the Bahamas, not Grand Bahama. Ironically, it's now September, and August Key has had the landfall just a little bit late. National Hurricane Center expected to update very shortly as we bring back the radar. Tom and Nelson there should be updating any time. I didn't inadvertently, if you'd like to go ahead.
Alright, so I'm gonna be honest. He says that the only way to start the system so now I don't know if this is gonna happen enough, but I keep predicting that it will not stall. I don't think it will.
No, I don't think it will, but if it did, it would be a big problem for the storm.
Yeah.
And I don't think it will stall. I think it will move. Maybe drop to about 3 miles per hour during the course of tomorrow. Which is just about still fast enough to avoid any upblowing.
Yeah, I think it'll be like actually, I'm not really expecting at this point in time, although I could be wrong. In the end, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if the eye, center of the eye, crosses over most of the longitude or the horizontal axis of Grand Bahama at this point in time. Just because we aren't seeing that nearly as harshly or as quickly as we'd like to see. Who knows overnight? I may be wrong. I hope I am because reports closer to the western side. And if it somehow avoids the most extremities of the sidewall, that would be spectacular. but just the current trend, we can see a stronger slowdown than we've seen. It's still going 5 miles an hour. Briefly, yeah, saying 6 miles an hour, but it went back down to 5, fortunately. We didn't worry about that for a second. But 5 miles an hour right now, and seemingly not slowing down anymore, and not turning the right direction yet either. Let's see the eye cross through all of this area.
Yeah, it's a very, very scary situation. I'm personally predicting a near due west movement for the next 12 to 24 hours before the turn finally starts to take place. It's just due to the westward shift the models have been taking. And I just think that range is stronger than the models keep initializing it at. I think it's been stronger. Recon has proven it's been stronger every time it's gone than the models thought it would be by that point. The trough today, it produced some severe weather in the United States. Not quite as much as expected, indicating it's not quite as strong as we thought either. So it's really a can of worms that's being opened right now with this trough, and perhaps its timing and its strength are not exactly what we thought it was initially.
Yeah, this is not really a cut and dry track-wise storm here like say what Michael was. Michael struck.
A magnitude 4.4 earthquake. Galapagos Triple Junction region, 10.0 kilometers deep, 35 minutes ago by US.
It's still hitting uprolling cooler from below, or having some internal issues and capitulated in that way too. That's the only two ways I see it. I don't know if you guys disagree or agree, but that's what I think.
Is there anything that we can access a radar screen right now? First of all, whether there are two lines, whether there might be an eye wall, that might help us a bit. And then whether there are weaknesses developing.
Well, go on.
You can see that there's the double eyewall structure there. I wouldn't necessarily know where the weakness is at. It's still kind of far out from the radar view there, so it could be the eastern side, could be the southern side. I don't know yet. It's kind of too early to say that. I don't know whether it's going to do that. I don't feel like other people talking about it. Just go ahead, guys.
So I personally think that we can't draw as many conclusions from this as we will be able to once this gets closer. I don't think it's quite close enough to determine whether there are two eye walls. I think it's more likely than not there's a secondary eye wall attempting to form. And you can kind of see these drier slots in between the two areas. And I think this might be what's being indicated on satellite as those fractures, if you will, within the structure. You can see in particular on the northwestern and southeastern sides, ironically enough, that it's a little bit of a drier spot. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weaker spot within those dry slots. So satellite and radar are kind of going hand in hand here. What exactly is going on? And I think it's just a secondary eye wall forming, choking off the first one's energy, and that's the one that's been driving the convection. And I think it's convection will wane and wane a bit as this secondary eye wall begins to form, wrap around, and choke off the previous one. It would make the storm quite a bit larger, unfortunately. But I could be wrong. These are sections that we predict. So nothing is set in stone at this point with this storm. I think most of us know that by now, especially looking at what it is now. What we said it would be 24 hours ago.
The updates that were extremely hard.
New in terms of heading the turn now to the south. Now we get a south So we're back up to the bars and low at 9:14. We'll probably go with 9:14 bars, 180 miles an hour at the advisory, basically the speed. And we'll get the next iPass for the next hour or so. Going not too far. I'm in for grade 2 all the way out this time. I'm trying to get more data.
15 degrees Celsius inside the storm. It is Bahama in Bahamas. 19 degrees again. It's interesting.
United States for monitoring that market population. But and Bahamas continues attracting a whole lot of here. And we'll go directly to the eye of that traveling.
And it kind of changes.
That's
Something that I've noticed is that there is a good bit of convection now from Dorian beginning to go ashore on Florida. You can see that southward convection on Nelson's radar. It's not an outer band really, but it is pop-up thunderstorms as a result of Dorian really headed due southward, some just off the coast and some now coming ashore. So Dorian is beginning to influence Florida's environment.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to
And just to reiterate the severity of the situation, how often do we see a small root stage travel?
In the Atlantic.
That perspective, that would average once a decade. So some fall.
Home Harvey.
San Juan, Argentina, 192.0 kilometers deep, 3 minutes ago by Tempest Saturday.
But just with the severity is going to be this intense, and everything at a point that the size of the storm was giving only the strength of the storm and the rainfall was all the way up there. How terrifying.
135 knots, that's 190 knots, pressure 914.
That's intriguing that they were probably nine to 14 millibar. I guess because they're finishing.
Franklin Volusia County. Watch has also been extended. Along with warning. They expect the storm. And it will be Wednesday. Show up on the map.
Yeah, everyone's very eager to see that. Any change to the west or the east, north and south would have major ramifications for all of the United States at this point in time. And yeah, the NFC moved up to 6 miles an hour, actually 5 miles an hour. That's something very important. Actually increase from 5 miles an hour to 6 miles an hour. Here. Because it means that this whole is happening at a slower pace. The west coast of Florida too. I mean, I don't know about that. That's still western Florida down well outside. Well, statistically, there's a chance of that happening. Yeah. I'm just waiting for the track to run it. I'll expand the refresh that page because you never know. I'm curious to see if the forecast is setting down as well. So they lowered the intensity by 5 miles an hour. But they didn't increase the radii up, or of course winds compared to earlier today. Still saying the bridge is there, but gradually being reached to the trough that's coming in. In terms of what they're saying, stalling should cause rain to go down even more and perhaps stall rather than more than anticipating it. Yeah, right now.
Yeah, it came out and they're forecasting it. So 155.
Multiple vehicles now. And around Bahamas Island. And nautical mile diameter. Lightning being detected. Local radar data. No concentric eyeball. 30 data from the Air Force. 80 miles per hour. From the softball wind from this line. Westward at 6 and shifting eastward. This change in the steering before it turns to the northwest. Likely to be devastating. Catastrophic winds, storm surge. North turn is very critical. On the peninsula on Tuesday. The biggest cycle. 5 very long and it is expected. The observed high water level in Florida. Carolinas which should cool. South is about. We do have it. Hopefully we'll get that onto the screen. We finish up. As you can see it on the screen here, we'll run that all the way.
Could we try to see what the closest point is to shore energy chart can help? Just see if anything different happens in the single zone.
I do think it's slightly closer.
Yeah, I think it would. That point greatly appreciated.
all I need to tell you. I'm not going to be. That is enough to live a hard course with.
It's very close to confirmed.
Yeah, maybe 50 miles or less at that point. Very bad situation all around.
I am looking at, I'm not sure how reliable it is, but I'm looking at Miami Doppler radar for wind speeds now, at least in the upper levels of things. In Dorian, easily Category 5 winds are being found, especially in the northwestern quadrant. I am seeing 2 maxes in speed with the 2 eyeballs. So, and the other one is at about 150. So both of them very powerful eyeballs. And it looks like the transition of power is occurring right now from the small eyeball to the larger eyeball. And it looks like the larger eyeball is already ramping up to the intensity of the smaller eyeball, which means that a downtick in intensity may not be the largest one.
That?
It's about noticing it too as well. Definitely good. Way for radar beer, so I think it's a big great result. Category 5 force was
To be fair, this is not a normal one. Like I said earlier, I don't think anything like this is going to okay, it's hopefully alright. The alarming thing is that the storm is of potentially becoming increasingly more complicated because of you know, 4 stage 10 CDPS numbers and the satellite era and the last 14 years starting to see a trend of continually more because numerous very high ones pop up as well. Korea, Michael as well. So for future trends and upwards very.
Well, I'd have to say that 4 data points are not enough to create.
That's why I said it's not the business at this point in time, right?
But also that we do have a lot of times storms get up at least around the world to that 185 mile per hour, 180 mile per hour wind speed. I think that we get those more commonly than people would think, just around the world. But I would say the Atlantic Basin, the past few years, we have had Category 5s, and in years past, but before that, we had a relatively active period as well. So I don't think there are many trends that can be established now, but we'll have to see in the future. I just don't think we'll have enough time that's fast.
Yeah, like the whole thing to like looking at that earlier actually, there was a number, but honestly, you got 5. There's 5 for Category 5.
Okay. Quickly.
Life-threatening to people that are contemplating in Bahamas right now, and report potentially large density in Opco far from over. Right in the way right now, 6 miles an hour, across almost due west. Report, and then we have to be worried about the rest of the United States as well, because this system could be getting large in size that I will heat up and itself somehow. We're hoping after that, further offshore, but not letting the trend right now. Everyone is monitoring the storm as closely as they can. Pay very close attention.
South of Mariana Island,
stay as safe as possible.
10.0 kilometers deep, 8 minutes ago by GMT
Coverage
status
here
8.
at this point, at least now, on the screen all night long until tomorrow morning. You'll schedule by now, you'll know what I'll play next. Team here. The team channel with this new information page on YouTube, and tomorrow let's see what the situation is. But if not, we'll have another update. I think that's pretty much how it's going. I think it's very good the community engagement. Quite often. So that's why we need chat with each other in the chat section. Because it is getting ever closer. Storm force winds will happen. Those conditions are definitely.
I know I save money by bundling USA, auto, life insurance, anything to get me at USA. I think it's excellent customer service every time. I'll never leave USA because they care about us and they save us a lot. Bundle and save USAA Insurance.
And breaking news, of course, a catastrophic Category 5 storm. In fact, it has become the strongest hurricane in modern records to hit the Bahamas, and it is still making its way to the southeastern part of the United States. We're covering the storm from all angles for you. We're going to start with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, the concern is not just with more powerful winds, but this storm also is moving, the phrase is slow as molasses. What, a couple miles an hour at this point? What kind of problems does that add to the recipe here?
Oh my gosh, Alex, this is a dire situation in the Bahamas right now. It did make landfall a few minutes ago in Elbow Cay, Abacos, and we are looking at 185 mile per hour winds gusting higher than that. So we are looking at a dangerous, and I've heard it described as a nightmare situation. We are looking at video where we're seeing water already up to halfway to the top of cars, and this is just beginning. We are looking at 36 hours of pounding rains from this Cat 5 storm, just a huge storm in a very dire situation. So we could possibly see the geography of the northwestern Bahamas change after this storm. Let's take a look at the storm. You can see these thunderstorms just swirling around it. Almost a perfect eye. Here's the Abaco Islands as it comes on shore here just a few minutes ago, and we are already hearing reports of power outages, and they're going to need a lot of help in the next couple of weeks. Now let's take a look at where we are right now in terms of wind speeds. 185 mile per hour winds. We could see gusts up to 220 miles per hour. We've never seen that before. So this is a historical event that is unfolding right before our eyes and will be unfolding over the next 36 hours. Let's track it for you. Category 5 right now. Through Monday, we're going to see it sustained at a Category 5. There's not much in its way. It is moving over a landmass, but the Bahamas are not very mountainous, so it's not going to do its job tearing it up. It's over those warm waters. We don't have a lot of wind shear. We don't have a lot of dry air, so it sort of has the free fall to keep as a Category 5 storm. And then we expect that turn Category 4 storm sometime on Tuesday, and still hoping that the models hold true, that we followed up to the north. We see that curve around the high, hugging the coast here. Still are going to have some issues along the coast, but we are not seeing a landfall along the coast of the U.S. Let's focus right now on the Bahamas, because we are thinking about all the residents and tourists there. Category 5 storm, of course, a hurricane warning right now. That means things are happening. We are looking at that torrential downpour right now, rain. We're looking at those heavy, heavy winds with 185 miles per hour. I really can't even wrap my head around 220 mile per hour wind gusts. We're going to see that move off to the Grand Bahama Islands as well. I want to show you this graphic here, because when we talk about hurricanes, we think of wind, we think of rain. We don't often think about storm surge, because I think it's hard to picture what storm surge is. Just picture it as water. It's a wall of water that gets pushed on shore, and we could see a storm surge 18 to 23 feet above what is normal for this time of year. And we could see rain 12 to 24 inches, possibly 30 inches in some spots, because we are going to see the sustained prolonged period for 36 hours. 27% of all deaths from hurricanes are from rain, 49 from storm surge. That's remarkable. We're going to have to really think about that over the next several days and pray for a lot of the residents there. This is what it looks like on radar, again, making landfall right now. We have the heavy rain around it. We have lightning. We have the thunder that we're hearing, and we're seeing those power outages. The winds, that's the other component. This is the field. Where you see this red here, that's your hurricane force wind. We're seeing that extending about 30 miles. So look at that. Right over the islands right now. They are getting truly battered. You can see any video out there, you will know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Then we have this yellow right here, where we're seeing tropical storm force winds. Impacts, yeah, strongest winds, catastrophic, damaging. This is historical. We're going to be talking about for days and days, and we're going to be cleaning up there for weeks. They're going to need a lot of aid as we go through the next couple of weeks. Life-threatening situation northwest of Bahamas. Again, 12 to 24 inches, maybe 30 inches of rain. Alex, this is going to be a story for the record books. Yeah.
Hey there, Chris Hayes from MSNBC. Thanks for watching MSNBC on YouTube. If you want to keep up to date with the videos we're putting out, you can subscribe. Click over on this list to see lots of other great videos.
I know I save money by bundling with USA. Home, auto, life insurance, anything we get from USA. And they get excellent customer service every time. I'll never leave USA because they care about us and save us a lot.
Bundle and save with USAA Insurance.
Hi, this is the Sunday night update on Hurricane Dorian. As always, this is just my thoughts on the big picture. If you need to make decisions regarding your local area, consult your local officials for the best information about how the storm may impact you and what kind of preparations and actions may be necessary. And if you receive an evacuation order, please heed it. We've had a lot happen today. It's been quite a day. We can clearly see the hurricane here this morning and early afternoon. Dorian underwent a period of rapid intensification on approach to the northern Bahamas, and as it approached the island of Great Abaco, it bottomed out to a pressure of about 911 millibars and attained winds of 185 miles per hour, making it by far a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson scale, and tied with several other storms for the second strongest hurricane ever in the Atlantic Basin in the modern record with those winds. So this is a monster that we're dealing with here, and unfortunately for the Abaco Islands and Grand Bahama, the storm has slowed down as expected, moving nearly due westward here. And you can see that there's the island right there. It has been suffering from the eye of the storm for the entire afternoon. This has been a long and drawn-out event, and we hope that every one of these islands are okay. But prolonged conditions will continue as the storm gradually moves westward. We can see this now on Miami radar. This is courtesy of Marcus and Boston with you. You can see this powerful eye wall showing up and just crawling westward at maybe 7 miles per hour right now, somewhere around there. And you can see that the island of Grand Bahama is not far from starting to see the influence of this eye wall. And we'll see if it gets far enough to affect Freeport on the western side of the island. But this is now crawling over, and it's expected to get to somewhere in this area before it makes its turn more west and north. Somewhere just offshore of the Florida coastline is the current expectation, and we'll keep talking about this here. But first, regarding the intensity of the storm, it has crossed over this island, and these islands do induce a little bit of friction. They're pretty flat, so they're not really weakening the storm. The recon plane went there just now and found that since lunchtime, when the pressure was about 911, the pressure is now 916. So the storm has leveled off, probably due to interaction with the island, which just knocked it down just a tad. But the winds remain extreme, over 175 miles per hour on some of this data, and we'll see what the plane finds when it comes into the other part of the storm after this video is done. But as this comes westward now, it is getting slower. It's still interacting with some of these islands, and there may be some upwelling of water now that the storm is moving slower. It will take some time for that effect to occur, but by tomorrow and tomorrow night, we might start seeing the impacts of cold water as it starts crawling in this area, and this water gets cooler underneath. Another thing to watch for is the storm structure. This is a broader look at it from the Bahamas radar network. As of about 30 minutes ago when I record this, the Miami radar cannot see quite far enough out to get this structure yet, but if we look at the Bahamas radar, we can see the primary eye wall. We can also see evidence of the secondary band trying to form on the outskirts of the storm, and this could, over time, form a more complete rig and form maybe some sort of secondary eye wall that tries to contract and encircle the inner eye wall, and that could initiate an eye wall replacement cycle if that occurs. It isn't in progress yet. The recon plane did not find a very significant wind maximum in this band, and this eye wall remains by far very strong and the primary core of the storm. But if we do get a secondary eye wall, that could mean a couple of things. It normally forebodes a period of gradual weakening of the storm, and it also foreshadows a broadening of the storm's wind field, because when the storm weakens, it expands a little bit during that process. And then it can re-strengthen after the eye wall replacement cycle completes. But that's going to be something to watch for over the next couple of days, along with the effects of ocean cooling. Those are the two things that might start weakening the storm just a little bit as it comes west and then northwest. And that would, of course, be heralded as good news for Floridians on the eastern coast here, but there might be a reason to think that that's not such a great thing, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, regarding the track of this storm, here's the water vapor loop, here's Florida, and here's the storm coming through the Bahamas. Our steering features of note continue to be this mid-level ridge, this little thin dark gray area here, which is pushing the storm westward at the moment toward Florida. But we also have this trough coming into the Ohio Valley. You can see it here, pushing eastward into the eastern U.S. That is starting to push down. You can see the edge of it here pushing through Tennessee. It's going to start weakening this ridge that's north of Dorian, and with time that's going to erase part of the westerly flow or easterly flow that's guiding storm toward Florida, and it's going to allow it to sort of start slowing down and turning more toward the north as this ridge weakens. And that's the primary evolution that's occurring. And we still have a little bit of disagreements between some of the models on the track, and it's going to be a close call. I'll take you through some of the potential track evolutions that we have today on our latest model data. This is the European run from this morning, showing the storm just before it approached the Abaco Islands. And we have Monday morning, it'll be over Grand Bahama on the model, and then Tuesday morning you can see it barely moves. This is really slowing down here. You can also see it's getting pretty close to Florida on this run. This is about 50 nautical miles, so about 60 miles from the coastline, and you can see the ridge field getting pretty close to the coast. This then ends up the coast, and by Wednesday morning it's still something like 60, 70 miles off the coast, and then it continues northward here, staying offshore, but then getting pretty close to the Carolinas, and then moving on up and actually making landfall in Cape Hatteras. And this is going to be something we'll be talking about a lot more once we get past Florida. A big threat to the coastline up here may be in store, even if the storm technically misses Florida. And I feel like winning out here, this is still a track that can cause major problems for Florida. A storm 50 to 70 miles offshore here. We're talking about storm surge flooding that could occur in a big way, similar to what Hurricane Matthew did as it came up the coast parallel like this in a similar fashion. That could be a good analogy for the areas that could receive flooding. Every storm is different. Don't assume it's going to be the same as Matthew, but we remember what Matthew did without making landfall. It's going to be a similar situation. And the wind field, while the eye wall would be offshore, would still cause widespread power outages in regions that get tropical storm force winds of 40 miles per hour or higher. So do keep in mind that there are still severe impacts from the storm, even if it is offshore. We have a similar situation with the GFS, which shows again the system this morning over the Bahamas coming westward, moving very slowly on Monday afternoon and Monday night. You can see it comes northwestward a little bit closer to the coast than on the European. It is about, let's see here, about 50 miles offshore, 60 statute miles offshore on the GFS, and then it continues up. And really close to the coast and all along here, we're talking about storm surge and major potential flooding problems, even if the center is offshore. And then again, landfall in North Carolina, and the storm would be weaker by this point, but it could still be a Category 2 or 3 hurricane or something like this, depending on how much ocean upwelling occurs. We're not exactly sure how strong it will be yet, depending on how close to Florida it gets and how it interacts with the Gulf Stream. But this would be a pretty major event by Carolina standards, which don't normally get major hurricanes, and this would still be one by the time it gets out there. We'll have to see. That's a few days away still. While we're still talking about Florida here, there is one model that gets this a little closer and in fact has a landfall. It's the H-WRF that still tries to get it in. This shows the same kind of path, but instead of staying offshore as the other models do, it actually comes into Cape Canaveral and makes a landfall here. This would be the worst case scenario for the Florida East Coast in the sense that the eye wall would of course be coming ashore, giving it the strongest winds. Now, a couple of things to note about a run like this. You'll see that the storm is a Cat 5 here in the Bahamas at 911 millibars. Note how much the storm weakens as it approaches Florida, and that's because there's cold water upwelling underneath the storm right in here. Now, there is the Gulf Stream, and there's a thin band of water here that's very warm, but it might not prevent all of the ocean cooling that's expected to happen as the storm slows down. So we are expecting some degree of weakening of Dorian. It would still be a major hurricane at this point, probably not Cat 5, but still a menace, and so the winds would be something to take very seriously. But the other thing I want to point out is that regardless of whether or not the storm weakens, we would have a major storm surge flooding, regardless of the maximum winds in the eye wall, and we would also have potential for inland flooding from rain. And obviously the winds themselves could be very damaging, even if they're not 180 miles per hour, 120, 140 will do the trick too. Those would be pretty bad. So keep in mind, this will be nasty. Even if you hear the word weakening over the next couple of days, the storm is weakening. It sounds like good news, but the storm is still going to be very powerful. So take it seriously and take evacuation very seriously. Now, the question, of course, on your mind is going to be, well, is this track inland on the H-WRF more or less likely than the track just offshore shown by the European and GFS models? There is some reason to believe that the H-WRF might be onto something. We don't know for sure. But one of the things to keep in mind is that if we look at the steering for the storm, this is the GFS area average sounding in this red box here around the storm. This is basically a steering flow showing at different vertical levels of the atmosphere. These wind barbs on the right, we see that there's the southeasterly steering flow in the lower layer that's trying to push the storm into Florida here on the thumbnail. And in the upper levels of the atmosphere, we have westerly flow from that trough coming down in that high over the Gulf, and that's trying to keep the storm off of the coast. And the hurricane is following the net effect of all of these steering layers together, and that net flow on the GFS is almost due northwest, which keeps the storm just offshore. Now, if the lower layer wins, then the storm would come farther west because the lower layer has more influence. How can the lower layer get more influence? Well, one way is through changing how deep the vortex is. If you look at the GFS cross section through the storm, if you look at the thumbnail here, I've drawn a line through the storm, and this is the wind field. And so you can see the eye in here in the center, and then the two eye walls on either side, and you can see the storm extends very strongly up to about this 150 millibar layer, and even up at 100 millibars at the top of the plot, we see a dip in these temperature contours, indicating that the vortex is very strong up to 150, 100 millibars. If you look at the H-WRF at the same time, you'll see that, especially if you concentrate on the purple contour here, it's a little bit shallower. The storm is a little bit shorter on the H-WRF. It doesn't extend above 150 millibars, and the wind field is a little bit shorter. And this matters because the vortex is not as tall as it is on the GFS. It's not going to feel the steering flow in this upper layer quite as much. And so more of the steering contribution comes from the lower layer, which could mean a component of motion more toward the west, which is why we have this landfall on the H-WRF compared compared to the GFS or Euro. That's my current best guess. And the reason the H4 has a shorter vortex is because it's weaker because of the ocean upwelling. The GFS isn't going to see the upwelling because it's not a coupled model, and the European isn't resolving the storm very well, so it also doesn't have as much ocean upwelling as the H4 does. So this is one reason why a weakening storm may not be the best news ever for Florida specifically, because if the ocean is cooling under this and it's weakening on approach, that weakening may actually result in it getting a little bit farther to the west and potentially onshore. So this is going to be some of the details we're watching over the next day or two. But keep in mind that this is still a play-by-play kind of situation. We do not know if it's going to get onshore. The official forecast still says the most likely outcome is that it grazes the coast about 50 miles offshore, but does not make landfall. We do have hurricane warnings, though, for a portion of the coast, just in case the hurricane force wind field does reach to the coast. And we simply don't know at this point whether the storm is going to wobble around within this cone of uncertainty. Remember, the cone does extend inland. We could see a track just a little bit more toward the left, and that could bring the storm onshore like we just showed you. And this is something to keep in mind. You should be preparing along the coast as if the eye will come ashore. Better safe than sorry, folks. Heed your local officials and the advice and evacuation warnings that they give, and do stay safe. There's still time to prepare, but not that much more time. That's it for tonight. Thanks for watching.
Buy Xbox One, get NBA 2K20.
I want to get into real estate.
It wasn't just here's how to move a house. Here's how to move a house.
This is WPTV's 14
Thank you for being with us yet again for our continuing coverage of Dorian. Everyone in 5 counties living across the state.
3.3 earthquake occurred. South of Java, Indonesia, 10.0 kilometers deep, 13 minutes ago by BMC status M. A magnitude 4.1 earthquake occurred. Northern Sumatra, Indonesia, 10.0 kilometers deep, 9 minutes ago by BMC status M. Northern Sumatra, Indonesia, 10.0 kilometers deep. 14 minutes ago by EMSC status M.
Did that just switch? I think it might have did.
I got it. I'm trying to get out of here. What's the address again?
654
And what is it, alarm?
Fire alarm.
10-4.
A magnitude 3.5 County, 18.0 kilometers east, 63 minutes ago by CWP status M.
2102, Church Street, and Mike. Second for one.
Second for one.
Double check and see if we've had this same alarm in the last day or so, 2 days, 3 days. Second for one, 51. White, step one.
327. Fire alarm there recently.
10-4. Getting ready to come 97. How about it?
Alarm.
21-4.
13380 North Indian River Drive. 13380 North Indian River Drive. Good Road residence, barn door.
Thank you.
0328. Airport traffic 1320 Southwest 0329.
Open up. 1677 US Highway 1 to target. 1677 US Highway 1. Option alarms. 54 on contact keyboard. Step 4, step 51. 0329. Was out with earlier. Did he call in on 911 for that? Yes. Good on it tonight. Where's he calling from, you know?
Stand by.
Jerry. I got him away from the resident that he was having problems. Oslo. He tried to look home himself on the airport, but I don't know. So, yeah, I'm going to 28. Juliet, Yankee Tango, Hotel 76, JYT 876, Volcano Attack.
Southwest walking southbound coming up to the fountains at Amber Lake.
How many times have you called 911 for this?
This makes separate time for this particular situation. However, he's called probably about 4 times tonight.
Hold up, that's okay. 10 and a half. 332.
Turn around.
Westbound, about 20.
Whoever's on 43rd Avenue Southwest, he's saying that he sees the deputy. They need to turn around.
How much security chance for the engine? As of now, think it's going to be in that thing.
Copy.
431. Building secure is going to be weather related to 98, but shootable. 2333. Train where you at? How was on Oslo? We dispatched advised that. I was passing this plaza, I don't see him.
He's coming up to the Grove, 12th Street Southwest.
A magnitude 4.8 earthquake occurred. All regions 10.0 kilometers deep 47 minutes ago by USGS data set.
Temporary copy grid number 3. For digit 336. At 10-4, we did get published. I need those charts. Good, 336. 2225 alarm. 1622 91st Court, 162 Dallas Court, Coastal Main Line. It's going to be coming from a West Warehouse burglary alarm.
Florida 28 Hotel, Uniform Tango, Uniform 08, HUG, 0. Hotel Uniform Tango, Uniform 08, can expect to agree 2002 GMC, Station Wagon 1, Leo for days at 989 Beach Lane, mail 146, decals are expired 8/25, 54/29. So,
name of the restaurant, Jose, please.
2623.
Ready to it, Rob. Around to Medical Sector 38, account split 1310 37th Street, room 508, windows, at 342. Good.
One Leon Hernandez is about to 227 restriction for
House is going into it today. If you get a burglar alarm, you can just tell Charlie.
I got you.
Good. Negative.
A magnitude 3.67 earthquake occurred. Altitude 85.0 kilometers deep 3 minutes ago by Tempest Saturday.
Running World 510 for number 765. Trespassing.
Full foot seven.
Gonna be 289 South Monroe Drive, 289 South Monroe Drive, Perfect B Bravo. I have David Rivoli on the line. 15-year-old male advising that he is a 16-year-old male. Staff usually is not in the house and there are 200 hours. He's refusing to leave and there are no.
The other male mentioned that cancel.
Where he's wanting it removed.
Simple, I jump in the door.
0345. Signal 14, they're advising they are not 6 so you're doing it 37.
Simple. Can I fix that door?
house. There will also be a 15-year-old juvenile replacement girl in the house. Finding if he's brought anything to something new.
Thank you.
And beginning mileage is negative.
346.
Danny Brown, Sergeant Danny Freeman, is still like after the first line of Danny was when I knew Governor's Night was legal.
And Joel on clear available station.
349.
I'll put them myself on stage.
Towels, since their inception, are inherently clean. I'm out. Let's bring it back to the beginning. All right, hello guys. In this video, we're going to be going over updates with Dorian. It looks like there's a pretty decent chance that we're still going to see that track where it likes to go out to sea and not really bring those 25
Street,
hurricane force winds and very damaging winds, as well as flooding rain. There is still that chance that it does hit Florida. We're going to go over that. Talk about the different chances of different routes it can take, and also bring up what different states can expect during this storm. Now, before I get started with this video, though, I subscribe to the weather-related content, and also make sure to check out the links in the description for our social media. Now, this is a very important video because we are dealing with an extremely, very, very intense hurricane here, Category 5, well above Category 5 status. I've heard
I've heard 185 mile per hour winds. I've heard 200 mile per hour winds. We've seen reports. NOAA is saying there's 185 mile per hour winds, but we've heard reports that there could be even stronger winds in some areas in that storm. Some of the recon, what the data it picked up, sometimes was picking up well closer to 200 miles per hour, which is just absolutely insane and borderline unheard of for a storm, especially this close to land. Now it is affecting Freeport, and I forget what that other Bahama island is called just to the east of Freeport, but that island was being affected earlier today. I was watching live stream. It seemed very, very intense, but Freeport is now feeling the brunt of this one. Such a beautiful island. I've been there before, and it's just such a devastating event taking place as this storm moves on shore. You can see they're in the eye wall right now. Some of the darker colors showing those extremely tall clouds. The red and oranges are extremely tall, but those dark blacks are extremely tall clouds, and you can tell that the eye wall is taking up a wide area here. Now we are going to move on to our spaghetti model guidance. Now you can see that if you were paying attention to some of the spaghetti models, I wish I would have, taken the 0Z, the 12Z, the 18Z guidance, and the 18Z here. We have seen this little trend west, and I talked about this in our Facebook group, Weather Freaks. Always join that, and that'll be in the description. But we were talking about how the models have.
We got Earl Wright back line on 911. On duty down to 43rd Avenue Southwest. Just information, he is yelling at the 1037 and cursing at her, telling her that there's someone in a ditch, that he's walking, and that he's chasing types of stuff. She's taking him stuff.
Today, the strongest storm in the Atlantic Basin that is
23 kilometers EFQ rate, 112.0 kilometers, 14 minutes ago by CSN status M. A magnitude 3.6 earthquake occurred. Mall, Chile.
Trying units responding to the southeast, plotting south of 17th Street, southwest, and north of 21st Street, southwest.
The World of Warcraft win this city.
Stopping it on from then.
I'm following up on them now. South 17th Street, Southwest, 4 North Ave.
Yeah, 257. Maybe 57.
Here is pretty well. He's having 4 miles. Okay.
The big story, Hurricane Dorian, strengthening by the hour, now upgraded to both Category 3 hurricane as Florida braces for what could be.
Just had a video. Key members southeast. We have FEMA from the state of Florida, the Department of Defense,
4570.
rated to a category
457.
Show me 10-8. Pioneer with a juvenile complaint affidavit. Expect them on that.
We have called 161 Michael, which reached them. One hurricane that reached at that strength of the storm cannot be estimated. We will see drop across 48 hours. The National Hurricane Center starting late tonight. Pretty much all computer models anticipate this turning north. It can turn north, obviously, we want to have that minimize the impact on Florida. It absolutely could impact the coast. We've got to prepare for that eventuality. Hurricane watch is issued coast of Florida, north of New York. Stern
5779
areas, bottom line is it absolutely could impact coast of Florida. I think that's prudent and that's today, starting at 1 p.m. Evacuation at 10 o'clock.
5779
Areas starting at 10 o'clock. Bottom line, absolutely good impact on Florida. Lucia, St. John, evacuation plan. We expect Flagler, Newport, and County, and everything plans very shortly. Evacuation zone, you're given it evacuate. We need that call. This magnitude really cause massive destruction. staying behind. You have a chance to get out. Prepare yourself and doing safe evacuation. I corrected our Secretary Tebow. Alligator Alley, Florida, and then after doing that, Jerry Deming. We are monitoring traffic.
Some people entered by St. Lucie County last pinged in our county, red 9291 to the summit, a two-door convertible with a black top. Florida tag of India J Juliet B Bravo 05 IJJ 05. It was taken from Fort Pierce around 2210 hours. Possibly being driven by an Evelyn Rebecca favorite, white female, date of birth 6/23 of 81. Keys are with the vehicle as well as the owner's cell phone. Vehicle possibly last seen in Vero around 4th Street, 3rd place. Cell phone location ping. If located, stop will notify if you're considered injured. It occurred at 2210 hours. It was taken from Fort Pierce. The last ping location was the Chevron at 4th Street, US 1. We had a deputy go out. It wasn't there.
Or has plans to evacuate. The duty to ensure the safety of their residents. If they do not, is carelessly best, we have to prepare. State of Florida, so that's what we're doing. And we'll be ready to respond. Spare, still have time. Seriously, it's been a very frustrating experience with this thing, but I think
14 kilometers in Bridge West, 5.0 kilometers east. 2 minutes ago by USGS status.
What parts of
Deputies are urging those people to seek shelter in one behind me as we park in Dorian. No one gets left behind. That's right.
Oh, yes, you're back up over. Stolen vehicle from St. Lucie.
County issued mandatory.
It's going to be a red 1991 Toyota Celica two-door convertible with a black top, Florida tag. Lima Uniform Bravo 05. Correction. India Juliet Bravo 05. Vehicle was last seen possibly in the Vero Beach area of South County. Driver should be an Evelyn Rebecca favorite, white female, date of birth 6/23 of 81. Contact with that vehicle. Cell phone is by 706.
2.56. 3 minutes ago by USGS status.
34-1.
Kind of vehicle was that? Give me a tag again.
Take the storm seriously enough.
It's going to be a red 1991 Toyota Celica two-door convertible with a black top. Tag is going to be India Juliet Bravo 05 IJJ 05.
Reporting in Thompson.
Laser
are also busy making the rounds. They've been doing mobile checks. They are encouraging people to relocate with families or head to a shelter. For a list of those, you can visit our website.
This morning, mandatory evacuations are still active. Evacuations are in place for Zone A and B. Zone A, mobile homes, substandard housing, flooding areas prone to flooding. Zone B, barrier island areas north and south, Jupiter Inlet, and other surge vulnerable areas.
If you choose not to evacuate to a shelter, please evacuate miles, not hundreds of miles. We encourage you to stay within the county.
As of this morning, there are now 9 general population shelters in Palm Beach County, and there's also a special needs shelter and a pet-friendly one at the West Point Park and Rec Center. Shelters
preparing for Dorian. There are about 16,000 workers already staged or heading out across the state. Contingency plan that has so President and CEO warns power outages are in 35 miles per hour or less. So we're quickly through this morning. Not much action.
Transporting
that we're dealing with, although it is quiet in our area right now, but it is holiday.
Highway 14. 36 Rock 4th Street, black male, no shirt, black shoes. 36 45th Street, traffic light at Airport 9.
Boy, we just shared this photo of one of their officers saying goodbye. Look at that. To his daughter, a tender.
Remember, WPTV will remain on the air if your power goes out. These are all of the WPTV radio partners to us on these stations from Palm Beach County to the Treasure Coast.
10 minutes after 4 o'clock on this Monday morning, this is what it looked like in Melbourne yesterday. Kind of what you would expect on this weekend. Up next, a fresh look at conditions on the Space Coast right now.
Parts of the Bahamas got hit pretty hard by Hurricane Dorian. Up next.
Hurricane Dorian is only just over 100 miles offshore from our viewing area. We'll talk about what impact and when we'll see today.
You can ask that for the tag number again, but apparently it's supposed to be in our county. Could be on A1A or US1. You can advise them. Check. 5-2 copy. What was it reference to? There's still one out of St. Lucie. Indian River has a tag number. I can give you the red Celica with a black top. So it'd be northbound, either US1, A1A, something coming in Indian River from St. Lucie. 26 Brown Tank. I'll have Indian River advisor channel. Okay, but we're going to give them a call. 26, thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, Pacific, can I keep you back on?
Actually, signal 14, if you can add this. There was nobody in the house. You thought there was, but there was not. Airport 12.
Good morning, everyone. We continue to watch Hurricane Dorian as it makes its way slowly across Grand Bahama this morning. Now moving at 1 mile per hour, and just such a dangerous storm and a devastating storm for the northern Bahamas here. Winds at 165 now, so still in Category 5. We have a whole bunch of watches and warnings, in fact, for our viewing area, including a storm surge watch for the Treasure Coast and part of Palm Beach County too. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. That's one of the bigger threats we can start seeing today. There is a hurricane warning in effect for all of the Treasure Coast. And that means hurricane conditions are within the next day and a half or so. Tropical storm warning in effect for eastern Palm Beach County, really from the turnpike all the way over to the coast. There's also a hurricane watch for that same area, and that may be updated and maybe even upgraded for hurricane warning. The 5 a.m. update comes out. We'll have to wait and see. Also, we've got a tropical storm watch in effect for Okeechobee County and inland Palm Beach County from the turnpike toward Lake Okeechobee area and over Lake Okeechobee. So we're already starting to see some wind gusts that are picking up pretty close to tropical storm winds, starting about 39 miles per hour and go up to about 73 miles per hour. And on the latest update, we can be seeing tropical storm conditions as we make our way to the morning. Here's 8 a.m., the line for where we can be seeing tropical storm conditions, and it's most of our viewing area. And then by 8 p.m., all of our viewing area and most of Florida. So we're going to keep our eyes on this.
Magnitude 3.95
earthquake. And we're going to talk a lot more about the track.
3 minutes ago by Tempest Saturday.
And then on Wednesday, start to see things calm down, especially by Wednesday afternoon. I turn things over to meteorologist Kasia Hall for more on what's going on right now.
Hey, Glenn, let's take a look at Hurricane Dorian right now. You can see satellite image very clearly here with the radar and the eye right over Grand Bahama right now. Now, around this storm, we're starting to pick up on those outer rain bands, and that rain is starting to work its way through our area. So, tracking more of this rain here, South Palm Beach, around Grenada, we're starting to see rain there. Lion Country, Safari, Wellington, we were just dealing with some rain about 30 seconds ago, and because these showers are moving so quickly, they're already cleared out, but throughout the day, you'll be seeing more rain. Palm Beach Gardens are right there around Pratt Whitney. Got rain popping up around Hope Sound right now, and also Stewart. You're going to get the pretty downpour here.
Earthquake
rain
update.
coming in from Jensen
Salta,
Beach right now.
Argentina,
Here's looking at the
magnitude
sustained winds one more
3.97.
time. Picking up to around 140 miles per hour, and Vero up to 14. But here's the thing. Take a look at these gusts. Looking up to 37 miles per hour already into your West Palm. About 30 miles per hour, 34 So we're already starting to see those winds pick up. Again, the tropical storm force winds up to maybe 39, 73 miles per hour throughout the day are possible. So here's a look at your wind gust forecast. You can see those winds starting to pick up as we head into this afternoon. Continue to see those strong winds as we head into Tuesday as well. I'll show you more on that.
And reporting from the live desk, we have something from the Coast Guard. They said that they received a call from the Indian River Police Department that 3 people were in the water. So as eyes put on Hurricane Dorian, of course, boating conditions can be treacherous. Now the vessel operator said they were not from their boat, and 3 people ended up in the water. So the Coast Guard was able to rescue all 3 people, but they have some advice. They said make sure to stay off the water, secure your belongings, stay clear of beaches, and make sure
A magnitude 3.9 earthquake occurred. 102 kilometers
Beach is already dealing with a separate weather the obstacle that could get even worse is the coming out.
Rebecca's favorite. The keys in the owner's cell phone is in the vehicle.
What's the last one that you have on us?
9023. Do you want me to send for confirmation?
I'll be careful. Details 242-710-883410.
Not valid.
Alpha 7, show me 1012, I'm on the very Dutch Grove site. Hot. 21433.
Good morning, everyone. We continue to cover Hurricane Dorian this morning. I wanted to take just a quick measurement of the eye here, which is at rocks at where it's here almost 24 miles. Pretty big eye. The storm has grown a lot as we've been watching it over the past couple of days. Let's zoom out just a little bit here. I'll show you what's happening with it. It's moving right over Grand Bahama right now with winds at 165 miles per hour. It is a Category 5 hurricane, and it has slowed down to 1 mile per hour. You can see how big it is, though. Look at the moisture. Look at the shower and thunderstorm activity. It's dragging up from down to the south here. It's just unbelievable. And these bands wrapping around, some of them impacting pretty close to just south of the Space Coast, and certainly the Treasure Coast, all the way down to our viewing area. And Katya has been showing you the rainfall that's been coming in already from these outer bands that are starting to reach our coast now. Now, this will slowly continue to edge its way over to the west, eventually completely stall out before it starts that turn. So the big question is how close to us is it going to get before it finally stops its forward motion to the west and starts to move more to the north. But it most likely will take an angle as it makes that turn, and that's what we're going to have to watch tomorrow morning, because that's the time frame when it becomes closest to our viewing area, especially the Treasure Coast. I also want to add that there is a storm surge warning that for all of the Treasure Coast that's right along the coast in Palm Beach County, and this is because we are expecting pretty tremendous storm surge from this. We could be seeing 14, 15-foot seas as early as later on this morning. So we're going to keep our eyes on that as well. Let me turn things over to Kathy.
All right, thank you, Glenn. Let's take a look at the radar right now, and you can see those showers making its way through from offshore, moving onshore right now, tracking very fast from northeast to southwest right now. So take a look at all the rain developing along the coastline here, going to Hope Sound, Palm Beach Gardens, West Palm Beach, going to Boynton Beach. You can see that rain popping up there. And we even have some rain developing around Oak. Let's take a look at Vipercast walking through wind and where you can be seeing that rain is today and also going into tomorrow. So showers and storms are going to be possible throughout the day here from those outer rain bands working its way into the area. This is around 11:30 this morning. Get a look at what's going down. That's when we could see the throughout the afternoon here, and then you can see this rain continues to push through the area, even going into the overnight hours, and then waking up into your Tuesday morning. Expect to see more rain across the area, but you can see the heaviest of the rain does stay offshore here. Still, we're not out of the woods yet because more showers and storms will be with us all the way until maybe early Wednesday morning. We are under a marginal risk for severe weather for today. That includes the Treasure Coast. This is a level 1 risk for that severe weather. So when we're talking about the risk for severe weather, the potential for tornadoes and high winds are not out of the question. We'll take a closer look here.
People are starting to evacuate in Indian River County. At least one Vero Beach neighborhood already has seen minor street flooding in the area over the weekend. News Channel 5's Matt Cesney was there speaking.
Very breezy conditions here in Vero Beach overnight with passing showers every now and then. Residents here in Indian River County, east of US 1, were asked on Sunday to take part in voluntary evacuations. Mandatory evacuations are expected to start at 8 a.m. And along the coast, concern is trouble. The showers were spotty in Vero Beach on Sunday, but when it did rain, it came down hard.
We're a little frustrated about what we see out here and a little worried.
Jackie Schaefer's road along the beach was already flooded, a low point that already had water rising.
Today we just had rain. We just had like a 10-minute just torrential downpour. My husband was putting up the shutters and he had to come in. And literally, then you couldn't even see the ground.
A magnitude 3.7 earthquake occurred.
2122 traffic.
13 minutes ago.
2122.
Now, Hurricane Dorian has her seriously worried
400 block of 66th Avenue. Trailer Tango Foxtrot, Whiskey 7 Foxtrot, DFW 7F.
Gravel to protect
by a black Dodge pickup, I believe.
We lived in Orlando. I mean, I grew up in Orlando, and so we moved here. I don't know which way to go.
That is really the big question for many people here who do decide to evacuate, which way to go. When we last left Jackie, she was packing up the car. She was still undecided whether to go north or south to try to escape.
1122 traffic tagging up across
TV.
1166 Yankee Whiskey, 1166 YW.
Methods we've been doing evacuations, also shelter runs until it's no longer safe to transport people. Updates are going to be posted on palmtran.org. have not left town already, if you're still planning to evacuate, the governor has suspended tolls on the turnpike. Alligator Alley, you see it right there. Sawgrass Expressway in the mix as well. With more free options for drivers, hopefully this will alleviate major congestion and jams. State troopers are also fanned out to mitigate any problems. No problems this morning. A quick check of the drive. And I can tell you, it's just smooth sailing out there. Very, very empty. In fact, you really could count the number of cars at this point.
Stay off the roads. You don't have to be out there. The winds are expected to pick up over the next several hours, and the impact it could have on the beaches in Martin County.
Also, right now, we're taking a look. I think we're going to get back to that momentarily. But St. Lucie County, the shelters, very, very busy. They are experiencing a rush ahead of the storm. We're back with more in a moment.
Did we get anything back on the head? 10-4. Advising confirmed hit. Vehicles listed as stolen. Please locate and send recovery information, including the condition of the vehicle. They want, what is the condition? Just that it was unoccupied?
Fine. All the paint job damage, it looks pre-existing. But nothing, no damage to the bumper or anything. You just call over to the St. Louis, see what they want me to do with it. If the owner's going to come here and get it or what. When you get a minute, sign me case number.
Case number is 2028-2028.
26.
Fox. I think it's Fox.
Any River, Rescue 2, available at station.
430.
All right, we're back at
moving
right along, keeping an eye on Hurricane Dorian as it begins a slow, very slow.
Yeah, that is key. Wow, let's get out to Storm Team 5 meteorologist Glenn Glazer with where it's heading. Also, Glenn, how soon could we actually hear be feeling the effects?
Well, I think we should start feeling them pretty soon. We've already had some pretty gusty bands go through. We've had wind gusts at 35, 36, 37 miles per hour. Tropical storm force winds begin at 39 miles per hour. I think for most of the day today, we're going to end up seeing tropical storm conditions as the storm continues to edge its way over to the west. Of course, at a much slower speed now. It has slowed down to 1 mile per hour. That's how fast it's moving to the west. Winds are at 165, so it's still a Category 5 hurricane. And coming up in the next half hour, we're going to get the 5 a.m. update, and that's when we see some major shifts to the cone and the intensity forecast. So we're going to know a lot more coming up in just a half an hour here. But I can tell you that a lot of the computer models do trend the storm moving slightly closer to Florida than previous computer models, which means not only can we see tropical storm conditions, but we certainly can see some hurricane force winds. And that's why we have a hurricane warning in effect for the Treasure Coast. And that's also why we have a hurricane watch in effect for a good portion of eastern Palm Beach County. So as we continue to watch this on the radar here, you can see it very clearly. We haven't been able to see it on the radar the past couple of days because it was too far away. But now it's so close. It's the center of the storm, only 100 miles away from our viewing area at this point. And remember, tropical storm force winds extend out 140 miles from the center. And that's why we're going to start to see those tropical storm conditions that Katya has been tracking this rainfall as it comes on through. Let's take a look at the latest track. This is the 4 a.m. update, and they have been doing hourly updates since this thing is sitting over land over Grand Bahama right now. Moving west at 1 mile per hour. Computer models in pretty good agreement. It's going to keep that westerly movement through most of the day today, then sort of stall out, and then eventually start that move to the north. It is expected to weaken a little bit. That may be because of its slow movement, pulling up a lot of cold water underneath them, called an upwelling, and that can have a tendency to weaken the storms that they like warm water, not cold water. And then it starts to move up to the north here, especially on Wednesday. Wednesday it just jets off to the north. So we'll take a closer look at this forecast and its impact on us coming up. But I want to talk about more about its current impact on our viewing area, and that would be these rain bands, Katya, that are swinging through here. How fast do you think the showers are moving? About 40 miles per hour?
40, maybe even 45 miles per hour. Every time we put a tracker on this, it just seems to kind of whip on through there. And with this storm just over Grand Bahama, moving only 1 mile per hour, this means that we're going to see more of these rain bands kind of working their way into our area throughout the day. So here's a look at the radar right now. This rain already cleared out of Boynton Beach right now, but do expect some more on the way, maybe around 4:42 this morning. Delray, 4:46. South Palm Beach around 4:36 this morning. Rain heading towards Wellington around 4:34 this morning. Also Royal Palm Beach. Looks like you're starting to see some rain in your backyard. North Palm Beach, you can see some rain around 4:37. We have some rain making its way through Stewart, just pushed through Stewart, now making its way along 95 and the Turnpike, creeping down toward there. Also some rain pushing into Lakewood Park, Fort Pierce, Indian River Estates, and then you can see some more downpours heading into Sebastian around 4:49 this morning. Here is a look at the suggested wind gusts as we head into this afternoon. Could be picking up to well over 40 miles per hour, especially as we head into today and tomorrow. Things are only going to get those winds are only going to crank up even more, expecting even higher wind gusts into your Tuesday, and then you can see those winds will start to back off by Wednesday morning as the storm continues to lift north. We'll have much more in your 7-day forecast in just a few minutes here.
Katya, thank you. As we've said, the strong winds could really rough up our beaches. WPTV Kevin Barry, live at the beach. Good morning, Kevin. What are you seeing?
And I'm Tanya Rogers in the live desk, and we have some video coming in from Bahamas. And this is from NASA. This is flooding, and we're being told this video is from one of the many people. Because it is in downtown Nassau. Many comments say there is flooding all over the island. Some asking for ATVs to help get through the waters. Again, we will keep searching and bring you the latest as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Dorian. Back to you.
All right, well, hundreds of people are waking up in shelters in St. Lucie County. The county says more than 200 people checked into 5 of the county's designated shelters. We're going to be doing a live report here momentarily from one of those shelters to see how things are moving along there this morning.
All right, in the meantime, Uber is offering some free round-trip rides to state-approved shelters. Uber will cover the cost up to $1 each way. Lyft is also offering a deal. To take advantage of these deals, use the promo code Dorian Relief. All one word, Dorian Relief.
Nice to see so many companies, businesses out there just really making it easier for folks to get around this morning. Listen, in terms of getting around, we don't have much of that going on right now. It's very, very quiet. Not a lot of action, as this is the way it should be. So fingers crossed it stays that way.
All right, this morning there are still some gas stations in our area with fuel. We've got covered when it comes to availability. Just head to our website to find a list of gas stations in each city that is still in operation.
A live look at Palm Beach International, I believe, where do want to let you know they are going to be stopping all commercial air service today. Don't have that live shot for you, but here's the deal. The airport wants to remind you, PBIA is not a shelter, so if you had travel plans, you're not going to be able to sleep there. Most airlines, there we go, are offering refunds and flight changes. You want to call them directly to talk about your options.
At some point, you may be able to hear us but not see us. Remember, WPTV will remain on the air if your power goes out. These are all of the WPTV radio partners, so take your pick. There are a lot of stations from Palm Beach County to the Treasure Coast.
Hearing from the CEO from FPL earlier, he said it is inevitable. Power may go out. Listen, concern over water levels at Lake Okeechobee. Up next, a troubling prediction on the amount of water we could be seeing in the coming days.
And the Bahamas, wrecked by Hurricane Dorian. Now their pain can be felt.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on here. We've got watches and warnings coming out, and we'll have more at 5 a.m. We'll try to run through them bit by bit and show you what your neighborhood is under. That's coming up.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4 out on Fletcher Beach in Stewart. Up.
Mic check, 3, 2, 1, mic check, mic check.
As we said, the strong winds could really rough up our beaches. WPTV News Channel 5. Kevin Barry is live at the beach near Indian River Plantation Golf Club in Stewart. Kevin, good morning. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, good morning, guys. In the time that we've been on the air here, out here, it's been that wind has been steadily picking up, just getting stronger, blowing in off the water. If we take a look back at that water there, you can certainly hear it while you're out here, but you can also see it starting to move in more, and it's a loud force, even all the way down to the road that's just behind our camera in that direction. And as we take a look at these, you see that wind picking up in parts of that grass there where it's really kind of blowing in and being strong along this Fletcher Beach area. So this is what we're taking a look at right now as Hurricane Dorian moves into the Stewart area. Live in Stewart, I'm Kevin Barry, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's take a quick look at what's going on with the watches and warnings that have been issued for our area. There's so many of them. And at 5 a.m., we're likely to see some changes to those, maybe even some upgrades to some of the warnings that are in place. We start with the hurricane warning that's in place for all of the treasure coasts. And that's because tomorrow morning, Dorian will be very close to, as it starts to make that turn, mainly the treasure coast, at least in most of the computer models. There are some that bring it a little farther south as well. There is a tropical storm warning in effect from the turnpike to the coast in Palm Beach County, as well as a hurricane watch. We'll be waiting to see if this is upgraded at all to a hurricane warning at that 5 a.m. update. There's also a tropical storm watch for inland Palm Beach County and Okeechobee County. And one of the biggest threats of this storm, even if it stays offshore, is going to be storm surge. There's a storm surge warning in effect for all of the treasure coast and for the very coastal part of Palm Beach County. Check on the rainfall coming up. That's it too.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we have going on with those winds right now. Gusting up to 37 miles per hour in Jupiter right now, 34 in Vero, West Palm at 30 miles per hour, and 30 in Boca Raton. So keep in mind those tropical storm force winds about 140 miles from the center. The storm is about 100 miles away, so we're already starting to see those winds pick up out there. In fact, as Kevin was just talking about, he's in Stewart right now. Those winds are already picking up to 36 miles per hour. So here's a look at the potential wind gusts as we head into this afternoon, picking up to around 55 to 58 miles per hour. Then as we head into tomorrow afternoon, get a look at these wind gusts, picking up to 65 miles per hour, starting tomorrow morning and going into tomorrow afternoon. What about for Boca Raton, starting to pick up to around 47 to 48 miles per hour. And then as we head into tomorrow afternoon, gusts picking up to about 55 miles per hour. Port St. Lucie for you. Take a look at these wind gusts. Overnight tonight, picking up to 86 miles per hour, and then up to maybe 65 to 71 as we head into tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. I'm going to take you location by location in just a few more minutes here.
Katya, thank you. It's 4:45 right now. Hurricane Dorian remains an extremely dangerous and powerful storm that could bring some rough winds and some rough surf our way. WPTV News Channel 5's Katie LeGrone is monitoring conditions in Boca Raton right now. Good morning, Katie.
Who's somebody? Let's go now to St. Lucie County people and shelters that are certainly trying to make the most of it. WPTV News Channel 5's Arthur Mondell is live from Fort Pierce Central High School. With a look there.
Well, right now we aren't noticing a lot of rain or wind where I'm located here in Fort Pierce, but it's pedestrian traffic that's actually picked up. 216 people have actually gone into Fort Pierce Central High School since the shelter first opened at 2 p.m. yesterday. The maximum people are going to actually have up to 500. Take a look behind me. You can see the number of Red Cross employees, a member of the school district, we also a member of the sheriff's office and St. Lucie County Public Safety here as well, working this site. Again, up to 500 people can stay here. The staff says people are encouraged to bring these items: medicine, blankets, towels, hygiene products, and also snacks. You'll also need 2 forms of identification to check in. Yes, you'll need 2 forms of ID to actually check in. And then someone from the sheriff's office tells me that once you check in, you cannot check out. Now, when folks get up here, they said the bulk of the folks who actually get up to wake up and eat breakfast at around 8 a.m. We're going to take our cameras inside, speak to someone directly about other precautions that people should make before arriving here to this shelter. Reporting live, Arthur Mondale, WBTV.
Concern is building about what the storm will do to Lake Okeechobee. The Army Corps of Engineers expects it to dump 3.5 feet of water into the lake. Keep in mind, it's already over 13.5 feet. Right now, water is not being released to east lake levels or pressure on the Herbert River Valley. It's still under renovation. State and local officials say they are in contact daily with the Corps about conditions.
I'm not giving them. They're pretty rude about it. Okay, Charlie, for next location.
And from the live desk, we want to share some video with you of some of the damage and some of the flooding that has been happening in the Bahamas area. Now, family and friends are saying flooding has taken over roads and homes, as you can see from this video. It literally looks like part of a river.
875 River Trail. 875 River Trail.
It's just done a lot of damage. And we are waiting for daylight there.
It's going to be the mighty residents. The owners are going to see their
We'll pass that on to you. Definitely a lot of destruction there in that area that family and friends are dealing with. Family and friends here are telling us what their family members are telling them. So we'll keep you updated. Back to you.
Monday morning coming up, we're going to head out to Boynton Beach. The community there has already been warned about dangerous winds. Feedback.
21, 22, Wayne County, or Wayne County, Tech 1.
That's right. Somebody arrived here about an hour ago.
Today is Airport 50.
Hurricane Dorian remains an extremely dangerous storm. The wind and surf could be relentless. Covering that angle is WPTV News Channel 5's Katie LeGrone. She's monitoring conditions in Boca this morning. Katie. Yes, good morning to you. We are at South Beach Park in Boca Raton, where really we've been out here for about an hour. Not much rain, just a few drops, but really a gust of wind we're starting to feel. In fact, that's why I'm wearing my raincoat, less about the rain and more about the gusts of wind, just to keep from that chill in the air that it's causing. While the southernmost city remains, of course, out of Dorian's cone of uncertainty, like most of the rest of the county, we all know that can change. So there's a lot of watching and waiting here. The city, however, does remain under a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch. And of course, evacuations in the city are only limited to that housing that is vulnerable to the storm, to flooding and storm surge, which is why all eyes, of course, are on the Atlantic. You can see a pretty dark Atlantic at this point. Because of that, we're looking at waves here. They're starting to get a little bigger. We're told over the course of the day they will get bigger, certainly during high tide. Let's see, I'm going to throw up my flashlight here. It's a bit dim, but you can see some of the waves starting to crash. We are expecting the waves to get a lot bigger again during high tide. We also know that all city beaches, facilities, parks are all closed today, including, again, beaches, but we are expecting these waves will bring out surfers. In fact, we were out here on Saturday, where surfers certainly outnumbered sunbathers, and we're expecting the same thing today as the sun, after the sun rises. But it's important to note here, because all beaches are closed, all of the city's 20 lifeguard stations will remain unmanned today. Live in Boca Raton, Katie LeBron, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, Katie, thank you. It's 4:54 right now. If you are evacuating or finishing preparations, be prepared for a very windy day. We expect those wind gusts to pick up in just a few hours. WPTV News Channel 5's Chris Gilmore is live this morning in Boynton Beach. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, John. Definitely a little more than a breeze going on out here in Boynton Beach. We're about as close to the town of Ocean Ridge as we can get here in Boynton Beach. It's right over the bridge there. We're blocked by those flashing lights you see behind us. Those are town of Ocean Ridge police officers. Right now, they're holding residents onto the island town. We did speak to the Palm Beach County Emergency Operation Office as well. They confirmed for us that the town is under an evacuation. Similarly, Boynton Beach is under a mandatory evacuation. They include mobile homes, substandard housing, low-lying areas, water infusion. So B generally includes the barrier islands, land areas, and other surge vulnerable areas south along the Intracoastal Highway. Now that's something that we've been keeping an eye out for sure in terms of king tide. Mo and I, our photographer, have been looking at the docks surrounding the Boynton Beach area, and we have noticed a slight increase, and that's only going to get more dramatic as we continue to watch Dorian creep closer. In terms of those who are looking to seek shelter as part of those mandatory evacuation notices, the sheriff of Palm Beach County has indicated that anyone who is undocumented in any way is not going to have their immigration status checked upon entry to those shelters. So no need to be worried on that front. We'll continue to bring you the latest out here in Boynton Beach. Reporting live, Chris Gilmore, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, thanks, Chris. Let's take a look at what's happening this morning with Hurricane Dorian. The 5 a.m. update just came out. I'll show you the latest information on that, and we'll read through the discussion here over the next few minutes as that comes in, and we'll find out a little more about what the thinking is, what hurricane hunters have found. But here's a quick look at Dorian, not too far away from us. The center of the storm only about 100 miles away from our east coast and our viewing area. So here's the latest from the Hurricane Center. Winds at 165, so still a Category 5 and still moving west at 1 mile per hour. Expected to stay a Category 5 through this afternoon, but then start to lose a little bit of strength as it makes a slight move over to the west and maybe west-northwest. There's going to be a lot of churning up of cold water underneath it while it sits in the same place. That can tend to weaken it a little bit. By the time we get to Tuesday, this is when it makes its closest approach to our viewing area. You see some of the cone still in along the Treasure Coast there in northern Palm Beach County. It's Category 4 and then Category 3 as it makes its way up the Florida coast, and eventually it launches itself off to the northeast. the storm wind field here. We're talking about in the center here, hurricane force winds. So outside of that, these are all tropical storm force winds in the orange and in the yellow. There's still a possibility we can see some hurricane force winds come on shore here. Certainly tropical storm force winds through the day today. Here's 11 a.m. tomorrow. Still tropical storm force winds around. And then Wednesday morning, but most computer models do agree by Wednesday afternoon, a lot of the impacts from Dorian will lift on out of the area and we'll start to see things calm down and clear out. For now, we're dealing with some of the rain bands coming in and some gusty winds, Katya. We've seen quite a few wind gusts over the past.
Oh yeah, you can hear it in some of those live shots that we've been taking. You can hear that wind gusting in the background. So if you have any outdoor furniture, you're going to want to bring that inside, because take a look at some of the wind gusts picking up to 37 miles per hour in Jupiter, 36 in Stewart, 34 Vero, gusts up to 30 miles per hour out in Boca Raton. And as we talked about, the potential is there for seeing wind gusts even higher throughout the day, and this especially going into Tuesday morning into Tuesday afternoon. You can see those purples popping up on the screen indicating wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. And then, as Glenn was just talking about, as that storm continues to lift north out of the area, by Wednesday afternoon, we should start to see things wind down. So there is a potential of seeing tropical storm force winds over 39 miles per hour throughout the day today and going into tomorrow as well. Then as we head into your Wednesday, things should start to wind down a little bit. But Fort Pierce, there's a potential for you to see hurricane force speed winds as we head into Tuesday morning and also going into Tuesday afternoon. Here's a look at the radar right now. You can see rain pushing into pretty much all of our coastal communities and tracking right now from northeast to southwest. Some heavier rain around Indian River County right now to the south of Vero Beach. For today, the potential is there for seeing those very high winds. Also a potential for seeing some flooding in some spots. Storm surge not out of the question, upwards of maybe 2 to 7 feet. There is a storm surge watch in place, and we could even see a few tornadoes as well. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast, upper 80s as we head into the next couple of days here. Hurricane Dorian making its way into the area, close to the area as we head into today and also tomorrow. Then by Wednesday, we'll start to see improving conditions as we head into Wednesday afternoon, with the possibility of seeing tropical storm conditions at least through Wednesday morning. I'll have much more of Hurricane Dorian in just a few minutes here.
We do continue our coverage. A big update on Hurricane Dorian with the latest track coming down just moments ago. Meteorologist Glenn Blazer Hall joining us once again in a few minutes with where it's headed now.
34-1. 34-1.
Advice 875.
875 River Trail.
Hello, mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 3.
We're on till 8. And correct, yeah.
And all of Palm Beach County is under storm.
It's 5:02 as you're waking up with us right now. Thank you for joining us. I'm Mike Trim here with Ashley Walters, and we are talking about Hurricane Dorian.
Yes, that 5 a.m. information just came in just moments ago. Storm Team 5 Meteorologist just going Blazer's been combing through all the details. What can we expect now?
Well, let's take a look at it. There aren't really any big changes in the track. The speed still about 1 mile per hour moving west. We've got a Category 5 hurricane with winds of 165 miles per hour, and it's crawling along. It's devastating Grand Bahama right now. Some of the other hurricane watches and warnings have been dropped from some of the islands that are now getting farther and farther away from the center of the storm. But for us, there has been one change in the watches and warnings that we're seeing in our viewing area. I'll show you that in just a moment. You see these rain bands starting to swing in now, and some pretty hefty wind gusts up to pretty close to tropical storm force winds, wind gusts coming in along the coast, and Katya is going to tell you more about that in a moment. Winds at 165, moving west at 1 mile per hour, expected to stay a Category 5 hurricane for most of the day today, but then dropping down to a Cat 4 as we get into early tomorrow morning. And this is when it will make its closest move to our viewing areas during the morning and early afternoon tomorrow as it begins that turn up to the north. There's a good portion of our western communities and southern communities that are not in the cone, but I wouldn't pay too close attention to that. I would say that you should prepare as if you are still in the cone, because you're going to see some very gusty winds, a lot of rain bands today, and there is some other threats as well heavy rainfall and a slight risk for tornadic activity, so something we have to watch out for. And then as the storm moves off to the north on Wednesday and Thursday, it just kind of leaves us behind and leaving us with much nicer weather, actually, with a lot more sunshine for the end of the week. So just a quick look at the watches and warnings. Hurricane warning for all of the Treasure Coast right now. A hurricane watch for eastern Palm Beach County, from the turnpike over to the coast. A tropical storm watch, which was in effect for Okeechobee County. That's been upgraded. I'll show you that. And there's a storm surge warning there. Where is the tropical storm warning? Did I slip past it? I did. Well, there's a tropical storm warning now in effect for all of Palm Beach County. There it is. All of Palm Beach County under a tropical storm warning, and now Okeechobee under a tropical storm warning. That was the big change for the update, is that those areas that were under a tropical storm watch are now under a tropical storm warning. We'll have more on this coming up in a moment. I want to turn this over to Katya, who's been watching winds and the rainfall cruising in at 40, 45 miles per hour. These showers are on the move.
Yeah, they're moving very quickly, and you can see why, because these wind gusts are picking up to close to 35 miles per hour in those spots along the coast here, up to 36 right now in Seward. You can see with that, with those wind gusts picking up, it means that that rain is tracking very quickly. So let's get a look at where that rain is falling right now around Lake Worth Beach. We're seeing some rain there, heading towards Boynton Beach at 5:07. We also have some rain popping up around West Palm Beach Gardens right now to the north of Home Sound and Heritage Ridge. Get a look at this downpour right now making its way along 95, the Turnpike, heading into Indian River County to the west of Vero Beach right now. We are expected to see more rain throughout the day today, and the Storm Prediction Center has put coastal the Treasure Coast here along a marginal risk for severe weather for today. So this means that we could be seeing a few tornadoes, as Glenn was talking about, the potential for some very high wind gusts, lightning, those thunderstorms, not another question for today. State winds picking up to around 30 to 37 miles per hour, and you can see we are expected to see some more high winds throughout the day. The storm is offshore here, but we're going to be feeling the impacts from the storm throughout the day today, and especially going into tomorrow as well. We're going to have much more on Hurricane Dorian in just a few minutes here.
And I'm Tanya Rogers from the live desk. As yesterday, we've been showing you video that's been coming into our newsroom. We want to show you more video of what Hurricane Dorian has been moving through the Bahamas area. At the same time, we also have some sad news to pass on that, according to the Bahamas press, that a 7-year-old child has died during this hurricane that's been moving through the Bahamas. Again, you can see the video here of the devastation that has been leaving behind, and as daylight makes its way, we'll be able to get even more video that be passing on to you. But again, according to the Bahamas press, a 7-year-old boy has drowned, and we will keep you updated. Very unfortunate. And as we know, with some of the video that's been coming in, we've been hearing the voices of people who have been reporting this, saying, please help us here in the Bahamas. One of the pieces of video, you can even hear the person saying, we're trying to get to one of the other apartments up to higher ground. So just some very sad news today. And as we learn more, we'll make sure to pass that on to you. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Tanya, thank you. Well, all along the coast, the beaches are already getting hit really hard by that heavy surf.
Check in with conditions. They are only expected to get worse. WPTV Megan McRoberts is in St. Lucie County joining us live right now.
Ashley and Mike, good morning. Just for perspective for you, we are just south of the Fort Pierce Inlet, the ocean here right behind us. And we can tell you the story here in Fort Pierce this morning is really those wind speeds that we've been hearing our storm team 5 meteorologists speak about. Sustained, steady winds coming through the Fort Pierce area with those occasional really gusty showers coming through. We see maybe 1 or 2 of those in the last hour here this morning. Of course, very dark conditions out here, so it's hard to show you all of the conditions that we are seeing firsthand. You can probably see some of the vegetation behind me whipping around a little bit, and there have been a couple pairs of people, even this early hour in the morning, going down to the shoreline to see what those waves are doing. I can tell you, white caps is hard to see in the darkness. The wind's definitely picking things up. But what we're going to be keeping an eye on, of course, is the storm surge that is still expected throughout the day. The high tide, which we are still hours away from up here in this area, because the erosion on the beaches here is something that's already pretty significant, something we see year-round here in the Fort Pierce area. These beaches already have a very steep drop-off, so with these incoming conditions that are likely going to be a threat to this coastline, we will be watching what erosion might be doing in this area. But the good news, as we look around the Jetty Park area and these nearby businesses, everyone is boarded up. Everyone seems to have been taking all the preparations that they can make as we wait to see what Hurricane Dorian might do to this area. Reporting live in Fort Pierce this morning, I'm Megan McRoberts. Back to you.
Florida Power and Light says it's spent the past several days preparing for Dorian. There were about 60,000 workers in all states heading out across the state, taking an aerial view of those places that they're setting up. FPL says it's one of the largest contingency plans it's had for a storm. And the president and CEO of the company is reminding you out there will be power outages. FPL says wind speeds need to be 35 miles per hour or less on repairing those power lines. 10 minutes after 5, we talked to Glenn a little earlier about the 5 o'clock.
I know, Glenn, you've been saying this is moving less than a mile per hour. I looked it up. The average adult walks at 3 miles per hour.
Yeah, and at a Cat 5, I mean, you can imagine it's basically stationary. And sitting on top of Grand Bahamas, it's absolutely devastating storm, as Tanya's been reporting throughout the morning. And it's not going to go very far, very fast. It makes it eventually over to the western end of Grand Bahama and a little closer to Florida as we get into later tonight and into tomorrow. The closest it's going to be to us is going to be tomorrow morning. That's when we can see some of the biggest impacts from it. And this is what I wanted to show you earlier this half hour. Tropical storm warning has now been extended inland all the way to Lake Okeechobee and Palm Beach County, and now includes Okeechobee County as well. The potential for us seeing tropical storm conditions, almost 100% everywhere you look along the coast, a little less so as you head a little farther inland. We'll talk more about Dorian in just a moment.
Thank you, Glenn. And now remember that WPTV will remain on the air even if the power goes out. Take a look here. These are all of the WPTV radio partners. If we need to simulcast, you can actually listen to us on all of these stations from Palm Beach County to the Treasure Coast. We'll be right back with the latest Hurricane Dorian coverage.
City River, again, to any unit that was possibly out with male subject by the name of Duke, red Corvette, Riverview Park, by an unmarked vehicle.
Okay.
Can you give me my Indy mileage for when I went to Mexico? 355. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said what time was your state violation. It was 38989. 38989. Number 10 is just 113.
Well, as you're waking up, we're doing the work for you. We have our reporters at all kinds of beaches throughout the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast, and Bathtub Beach, of course, could face erosion as it's seen over the past couple of years with storms. And that's where we find WPTV News Channel 5 Stephanie Susskind. What are the conditions like there? A little more windy, huh?
Oh my goodness, like very windy out here, extremely windy. I got to hold on to my hat, literally. It might be hard for you guys to hear the waves crashing behind us. It's obviously very dark out here, but we can certainly hear it and feel it. Now, normally Labor Day, this beach would be packed, but it is part of a mandatory evacuation. So Martin County ordered evacuations as of 1 p.m. yesterday for Hutchinson Island, Point, Jupiter Island, as well as people in mobile homes and low-lying areas. We also know the county plans to turn off water service here on Hutchinson Island as of 10 a.m. today. So if you have not heeded those mandatory evacuation warnings yet, now is the time to do that. And we will be keeping an eye on this beach for erosion and issues like that we know that it has faced in the past. Reporting live at Bathtub Beach, Stephanie Susskind, WPTV News Channel 5.
Since we're in hurricane coverage, you can watch the Today Show on TV this morning. We have those channels listed right here. We'll put them up for you on the bottom of your screen in a moment. But the Today Show anchor, Craig Melvin, is actually in Jupiter covering Dorian. If you're interested, we have all these details posted to our WPTV Facebook page. I just saw it there. WPTV News Channel 5. Sapira Rayford is at UTP, where Craig Melvin is going to be. Hey there, Sapira.
Hey, Ashley, and right now it is very windy out here. Now, I can tell you in the last hour, we can see that winds have picked up, and you can see right up here just how the winds are blowing these palm trees, and you can see them just keep moving in and out, in and out. That is because, like I said, the wind speed is picking up, and I want BVP to just drop down right here. You can actually see the Today Show is preparing, like you mentioned earlier, and we will have Craig Melvin out here in Jupiter at Utiki Beach. Now, it's hard to see a lot right now, but I can tell you I've been feeling the water splashing over right here from the inlet because the wind speed is picking up, like I mentioned, but it is somewhat of a ghost town here. That is because this area of Jupiter is by Palm Beach County and in Martin County as well. So like I said, the wind speeds are picking up here today, right here at Jupiter, and we can expect that probably to just continue throughout the day. Reporting live in Jupiter, Sapira Rayford, WPTV News Channel 5.
Clearly seeing that the wind's picking up. I mean, they're at Bathtub Beach and Jupiter, and that's because, boy, those outer bands are just starting to wind right to Palm Beach Beach County and the Treasure Coast.
As Vera just mentioned, it's a ghost town, which is good that people are heeding those evacuation warnings. But Storm Team 5 Meteorologist Blake Laser just been combing through all the details from that 5 a.m. update. And what are you seeing right now? You said that we are all in a tropical storm warning. Is that right?
Yeah, well, all of Palm Beach County, you may remember that Hurricane Watch was issued for eastern Palm Beach County, and then the rest of Palm Beach County was a tropical storm watch. That has been upgraded to a tropical storm warning. So all of Palm Beach County is a tropical storm warning, and the eastern part hit a hurricane watch. We'll show you all of that in just a moment. I'm reading through the discussion now, something we've been talking about a little bit more, is that even though a good chunk of our area is not in the cone, and you'll see that in a moment, the National Hurricane Center wants to advise everyone, and we've been trying to do the same for you, is that even if you aren't in the cone, this track could still shift, and you should act like you're in the cone and have prepared for this storm as if you're still in the cone, because it is going to take a swing pretty close to the Florida coast here. Here's the latest from the Hurricane Center. Winds at 165, moving west at 1 mile per hour. And you see here how this little motion, the outer edge of the cone here, comes way, way in, very, very close here. If it was to follow that edge, we could see a much bigger impact. So with a storm moving this slowly, we have to watch every little move it makes, every little jog that center makes, up and down, north and south, east or west rather, a little bit more here and there. It's very important. The track takes it up very close to the Treasure Coast, and then up toward the Space Coast, and eventually just launches off to the north by Wednesday, and its impact on us way, way down. So here's a rundown of the watches and warnings. First, hurricane warning in effect for all of the Treasure Coast, because we could see hurricane conditions there overnight tonight into tomorrow. We've got a hurricane watch from the Turnpike to the coast in Palm Beach County, and all of Palm Beach County under a tropical storm warning, as well as Okeechobee under a tropical storm warning. There's also a storm surge warning for all of the Treasure Coast and right along the coast in Palm Beach County. Tropical storm conditions picking up through the morning here, and by later on this afternoon, here's 8 a.m. Later on this morning, you can see most of the area has the chance for tropical storm conditions. By 8 p.m., most of Florida, the East Coast, having a chance for tropical storm conditions. We'll talk more about that coming up. You can see all those reporters out there, their hats blowing around, shirts ruffling. That's because these winds are picking up. How do you been monitoring that? And also the rain that is moving incredibly fast across the area.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. We'll start off with those winds, which are already gusting up to 37 miles per hour. Chips are at 30 in West Palm Beach and 36 right now out in Stewart, where Megan McRoberts was just talking about the potential for some of those high winds, and she was hearing some of those winds closer to the Stewart area right now. We've been seeing those reporters and hearing all of those winds off into the background there. All right, here's a look at the radar right now, and you can see the storm well over Grand Bahama. You can actually see the eye right there. All of the rain bands bringing us some rain right now across the area. All of this rain right now tracking from northeast to southwest. So get a look at this heavy rain tracking through St. Lucie County right now. Expect to see showers and storms throughout the day from those outer rain bands, and that continuing throughout the overnight hours and into your Tuesday as well. As the storm kind of hugs the coastline here, you can see more showers and storms continuing to develop as we head into Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday night, and then by Wednesday, as the storm continues to lift north here, we'll still see some more showers and thunderstorms as we head into maybe Wednesday morning, but then it does look like things will start to wind down as we head into Wednesday afternoon. In terms of how much rain we could pick up, quite a bit is expected. Portions along the coast, you could see upwards of maybe 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. We'll have much more in your 7-day forecast in a few minutes here. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic.
Correction date.
Correction date.
10-8.
521.
Welcome back at 524. Flooding could be a big concern along Flagler Drive as Hurricane Dorian inches closer. WPTV News Channel 5's Hani Rodriguez is live in West Palm Beach with the conditions she's seeing this morning. Hey there, Hani. Hey, good morning, Ashley. It's just a little breezy right here, and it's actually been raining on and off. I had my rain jacket on just in the last few minutes or so, but take a look behind me here, the intercoastal. We've been monitoring the waters closely here. It is low tide, but as you can see here close to the docks there, the water is a little bit higher than normal. Now, it's not too choppy out here thus far. Now, a few miles from where I'm standing here on Flagler Drive down Southern Boulevard and Flagler, it is prone to flooding just during a typical, rainfall event or heavy rainfall. Now, we've seen some of those roads there and sidewalks completely submerged in the past. Now, hopefully it doesn't happen this time around. We are, of course, going to keep an eye out on things out here, and if anything changes, we'll, of course, let you know. We're now reporting live in West Palm Beach. I'm Hani Rodriguez, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, coming up at 5:30, not taking any chances. Folks making their way to shelters in St. Lucie County.
We are keeping an eye on the beaches in Martin County as those strong winds could pick up. We'll be informing you of exactly what those conditions are like this morning.
And the center of Dorian, about 100 miles or so just off our coast. We're going to take a closer look at the latest track and also take a look down through the eye of the hurricane. That's coming up.
GP2. Track, please. Sir 530, section 525.
A magnitude 2.5 earthquake occurred. 10.0 kilometers deep 9 minutes ago by INGB status M.
Nope. Yeah. I don't think your guy can do anything about IFB. Happening right now at 5:29, waking up this Labor Day hurricane Dorian, slowing down as we wait for it to close our coast.
We have your team coverage this morning as we watch for changes to weather conditions across South Florida. Want to start, of course, with Storm Team 5-meteorologist Blaine Glazer, who's been looking through all of the information from the latest updates.
Has anything changed in this 5 o'clock track besides slowing down?
Well, the track hasn't changed that much. It has slowed down a lot, as you mentioned, about 1 mile per hour now to the west. One of the things that has changed is that now all of Palm Beach County is under a tropical storm warning, whereas it was just more so the eastern parts earlier and yesterday, and also Okeechobee County under a tropical storm warning, which means we could see tropical storm conditions there too. In fact, our whole area has
A magnitude 2.5 earthquake occurred.
Winds 39. It's already starting along the coast right now. High is right in the middle here.
5 minutes ago by Jim
air all the way down to the surface. In fact, if you look at the radar picture, you'll see there's rain all around. The radar is data right around
5 minutes ago by BMC
here, right there. A little bit eerie too if you've ever been through one. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on right now with the storm. The latest track from the Hurricane Center has winds at 165. This is expected to stay a Category 5 hurricane for most of the day today, and then start to weaken a little bit as it begins to make that turn tomorrow. Its closest approach to our area on the latest runs, computer model runs, is going to be late tonight through tomorrow morning, very close to northern Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, and then moving up toward the Space Coast, and eventually really speeding up by Wednesday afternoon and taking up out of Florida and into Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, hopefully just skimming along the coast there and not making landfall anywhere. That would be great news. But we're going to keep our eyes on that part of the forecast. We've already got some impacts from the storm moving in our area. You've seen the reporters out there blowing around with the winds that are coming in, and also some fast moving rainfall. This morning, and we've got some wind gusts that are up around the tropical storm force winds.
Yeah, the tropical storm force winds start at 39 miles per hour. We're already starting to see very close to that. So here's a look at the sustained winds right now, picking up around 15 to 20 miles per hour. But take a look at these gusts. We're talking up to 37 miles per hour in Jupiter, up to 34 miles per hour in Vero. So you're probably hearing that wind howling outside your window. West Palm Beach, you'll start to see those winds pick up throughout the day here. And as we head into tomorrow afternoon, you could be seeing wind gusts reaching up to 65 miles per hour. For Port St. Lucie, same thing goes. Winds starting to pick up as we head into this afternoon. And get a look at the possible wind gusts as we head into overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, maybe up to 86 miles per hour. Vero Beach, you could be seeing those wind gusts up to maybe 45 miles per hour throughout the day, picking up to maybe 65 as we head into the overnight hours tonight. So if you have any outdoor furniture, definitely want to bring that inside right now. Getting a look at the radar right now, you can see some showers pushing onshore. These showers have been moving very, very quickly, over 45 miles per hour. You can see rain possibly making its way into West Palm Beach around 5:34. Jupiter Farms and the acreage, seeing a little bit of some light rain there. Across St. Lucie County right now, Okeechobee, you're about to see that rain push from St. Lucie into your area. We also have some rain popping up in Indian River County right now to the south of Sebastian. We're going to be tracking more of this rain for you in just a few minutes. Thank you, Katya. 5:33 right now. Martin County officials say keep an eye on the forecast because a wobble just 20 miles could mean for a major impact on the storm. Meanwhile, they want you to prepare. Residents should evacuate if they live in Zone A or B. If they have 4 shelters set up in that area, curfews will likely come after the storm.
Curfews will not be in effect until there's a public safety reason for it. So I would suspect that I'm the one that would impose a curfew that would not be until after.
Again, right now, evacuations in Martin County are for people who live in Zone A and B. Let's check in now with Tanya. Nope. Yes, we will at the live desk.
That's right. Thank you very much, Ashley. And we just want to bring you some of this time news that we were talking about earlier about Bahamas press, talking about the first life that was lost. And this is what they're saying is that during Hurricane Dorian, now being relocate their home. And McIntosh's sister is also in the name that I'm going to show you just a set of pictures here. Family members are posting this, saying that these are loved ones who are missing over the Bahamas as Hurricane Dorian. So again, we're being told the first confirmed death, so sad this morning, of that 7-year-old boy. And then here are all the pictures of family members. We know as the day goes on that more pictures of missing family members. Now, we're also being told we can video at the airport there is 5 feet of water, and we're waiting for that video. But we will continue to keep track of all this and give you updates as they come in. Back to you.
Thank you, Tanya. Well, many people are riding out the storm at shelters in Business County. WPTV News Channel 5's Arthur Mondale is live in Fort Pierce. What are you seeing right now, Arthur?
And Ashley, I'm here at Fort Pierce Central High School, where 216 people have actually checked into the shelter since it first opened yesterday at around 2 p.m. Take a look behind me. You can see the folks that are actually manning the desk. You have members of the Red Cross. You have members of the Sheriff's Office, also St. County Safety. Up to 500 people can actually stay here. Arthur, towels, snacks, other hygiene products. As you can see, the meals are being served. Breakfast begins here at 7. They also offer lunch. They also offer dinner. But be advised, you will need an ID to actually check in here. And once you check in, we're told you cannot check out. Reporting live, Arthur Mondale, WPTV.
34, what other side detail call message?
Offering free round-trip rides to state-approved shelters. It's going to cover the cost of $20 each way. Lyft is also offering a deal to take advantage of these. Use the promo code. Listen to this. Dorian Frisbee. That's the promo code. All one word. Remember, WPTV will remain on air if the power goes out. Give to those WPTV radio partners. There you have it. If we need a simulcast, you can listen to those stations from Palm Beach County to the Treasure Coast. Get those fresh batteries.
Concern over water levels at Lake Okeechobee, a troubling prediction on the amount of water it could see in coming days.
Boynton Beach could experience strong winds. Taking a live look, we will at the break.
We have a storm surge warning in effect for a good chunk of the Treasure Coast and down along the Palm Beach County. At the eye of the storm, about 104 miles away, and as it moves closer the next couple of days, more and more of an impact for our viewing area. We'll talk about that coming up.
Okay. Are you guys able to hear me, though?
same traffic, unit 39. Further. 10-8-39. Further.
Good morning, I'm Storm Team 5 meteorologist Kathy Hall. We are keeping our eyes on Hurricane Dorian right now. About 100 miles off the coastline right here. Tropical storm force winds extend about 140 miles from the center, so we're already starting to see those winds pick up here. The storm is tracking west at 1 mile per hour, so a very slow moving storm as it makes its way over Grand Bahama. Winds at 165 miles per hour, gusts reaching up to 200 miles per hour. So you can see the outer rain bands here, and we are already picking up on some of that rainfall. Tracking from the coast and then tracking most of this rain from now north to south as those outer rain bands kind of move in counterclockwise direction. Gusts are picking up to maybe to close to 37 miles per hour in Jupiter, 36 in Stewart right now. Boca, you're seeing wind gusts to 29 miles per hour. Bureau for you, 34 miles per hour. In Okeechobee, you're even seeing some pretty strong wind gusts right now, up to 19 miles per hour.
A magnitude 4.1
so what can we expect as
earthquake
we head
occurred
into the next couple of days?
off coast
The
of Bahamas.
possibility of Mexico, 27.0
deep.
73 miles per hour. We could also be seeing some flooding due to some heavy rainfall, the potential for some heavy downpours, storm surge rate from maybe 2 to 7 feet. Again, there's a storm surge watch in place for the Treasure Coast and extends down to coastal Palm Beach County. And then we could also see a few tornadoes with some of those with some of that rain band making its way into the area. So here's the watches and hurricane warning in place. That includes Martin, St. Lucie, and also Indian River County. There's a hurricane watch in place for coastal and metro Palm Beach County. Tropical storm warning in place for all of Palm Beach County, as well as Okeechobee County. And again, that storm surge watch in place for the Treasure Coast, as well as coastal Palm Beach County. Now, if you live along the Treasure Coast, there's a potential for seeing storm surge greater than 6 feet. If you live along Palm Beach County, the coastal communities here, there's a potential of seeing storm surge reaching close to 3 feet. So what does that look like? Well, at 3 feet, the water coming at the level of some of these cars here. And when we talk about a 6-foot storm surge, some of that water could be moving into some homes here. So I hope you have taken the precautions necessary to prepare for Hurricane Dorian. Again, it is expected to kind of hug the coastline here, but there's a potential for it to wobble in a little bit more closer to our area, which could definitely increase the chance of seeing some higher wind gusts and the potential for some stronger storm surge. We'll have much more on your 7-day.
457-496. Strong winds really can rough up some beaches. It's already started. We've seen the bands and houses talking about
0542.
Live at the beach near Indian River Plantation Golf Club. What do you see right now?
Yeah, that wind is surely picking up. We showed you before the water is even more rough now. The wind just a little bit stronger. Every so often we'll get a gust into your face, and we're standing in a pathway that comes through a dune down to the beach, and you can see in some of that high grass. Sometimes the taller pieces being snapped. Really gives you a good appreciation for all those people we saw over the last week doing that wind preparation and that storm prep to their house, putting up those metal barricades in front of their windows, because this is the kind of wind, and like we were saying before, this isn't even what's going to come in once Hurricane Dorian gets closer. This is just the beginning of it, but already starting to whip around these beaches. You can walk, it's not going to whip you or push you down, but you certainly walk against it maybe every so often and feel that sand come at you so far, and we're still early on Monday waiting for this to hopefully get worse as time goes on. Live in Stewart, I'm Kevin Barry, WPTV News Channel 5. We're back. We're finishing up your hurricane preps to be prepared for a deep day. All right, we are not going to get to Chris Gilmore, but we are going to get to him eventually. There right now. Ashley, you had a little bit more about Lake Okeechobee, right?
So yeah, so of course we've been talking about this story for quite a while now. So concern is building about what the storm will do to Lake Okeechobee.
I'll take this. The Army Corps of Engineers expect that storm to put 3.5 feet of water right into the lake. It's already 3.5 feet. So I'm approaching that level right now. No water speed. Lake level pressure on the Herbert Hoover Dike, which is still under renovation, as you know, out there in the Glades. State and local officials say they're in contact daily with the Corps about the condition in the lake. So far, no massive rain filling up the lake right now from this hurricane. Okay, we're talking about the Boca Raton Beach area. We'll have a live update there in just a few.
And our Storm Team 5 meteorologists are working around the clock to get us the latest tracks of Hurricane Dorian. We have that straight ahead here on WPTV News Channel 5.
This is Today on 5. Thanks for making WPTV South Florida's most watched television station.
APR for 72. 96.
Good morning, everyone. Let's take a quick look at what's going on with Dorian right now as we check it out on the radar picture. And you can see here, it's very close to Florida. And this is something that I've had a lot of people talking about on social media. How is it that it's not going to move all the way over? How is it that computer models have it just kind of stalling out right here? And it's basically because what's steering it along, which is the high pressure to the north, has made it much has gotten weaker, and therefore it's not all the way over. How it's only moving at 1 mile per hour. Now there are stalling out right here, and it's basically because what's closer to the coast as we get into late tonight and early tomorrow, and there is potential for that to happen, although most computer models are keeping it pretty far offshore, and that's why the track is a little farther offshore. I still think
a magnitude 2.78 earthquake occurred.
And then there is a chance of
227.0 kilometers deep.
Here's what we're looking at. Force winds starting to move into the area now, and by later this morning, here's the 8 a.m. winds supporting most of the area with a chance for some tropical storm conditions, and that chance has gone up to well above 90%, almost 100% that we're going to see tropical storm conditions. The chance that we'll see hurricane conditions in our area has been hovering at about 30 to 40%. It's a little more the farther north you go in our viewing area. And the rainfall totals, they keep going up a bit. I don't know if you can see the legend all the way up here at the top, but in the red here, that's 5 to 8 inches of rain. And in the yellowish and orange is 8 inches to a foot of rainfall. And you can see some of those colorings starting to come in, especially along the coast now, where we could see the most rain from those bands moving on in. So that's something that we're going to be watching over the next few days. Wave heights are going to be pretty tremendous. High tide around 11 o'clock this morning. We're looking at that potential for in the light purple, that's 14 to 15 foot seas, 20 foot seas in the darker purple, and that's and tomorrow as closest to us on the current track. So all of monitoring storm surge could be a very big part of what's going on in our forecast over the next couple of days. There's already a storm surge warning in effect for the Treasure Coast and eastern Palm Beach County. Let's send things over to Katya Hall.
All right, thank you, Glenn. Yeah, along the Treasure Coast could pick up the storm surge greater than 6 feet. Here in West Palm Beach, across our coastal community, storm surge greater than 3 feet. So obviously, storm surge is going to be one of the biggest issues that we see from Hurricane Dorian. Another issue is some rain and also some storms rocking through the area. So here's a look at the radar right now, and you can see that the storm is over Grand Bahama. You can actually see right through that eye right there. The outer rain band working its way into our area right now, where we have been watching some very fast rainfall. Here's a look at some rain developing offshore, making its way into like the next 10 minutes or so. Wellington, you can see some rain around 5:55, Loxahatchee Grove around 5:58 here. And then also winds, that's another part of this. We're seeing some very fast moving winds here, and with those sustained winds picking up to 5 to 15 miles per hour, gusts even higher. So here's a look at the winds right now. Again, these are the sustained winds. So Bureau features seeing winds of 16 miles per hour, 13 in West Palm, and Boca Raton around 15 miles per hour. But here's a look at those sustained winds picking up to 29 miles per hour in Boca, 30 in West Palm Beach, Stewart at 36. Even in Okeechobee, a little bit further inland, we're seeing gusts reaching up to 19 miles per hour. Gusts are expected to pick up as we head into this afternoon here. The possibility of seeing gusts up to maybe 39 to 73 miles per hour. And then as we head into tomorrow, as the storm gets a little bit closer to us, we could see gusts even higher than that. Some of the computer models suggesting wind gusts reaching up to maybe 65 miles per hour in some spots, especially along the Treasure Coast.
Earthquake update.
As we head into Wednesday morning,
South of Kermadec Islands, magnitude 3.7. 286.0 kilometers. 6 minutes ago by Jeanette status app.
Here's a look at Boca Raton, the potential for wind gusts reaching up to 47 to 48 miles per hour throughout the afternoon and evening, and then gusts picking up to maybe 55 miles per hour as we head into tonight and going into tomorrow. Much more on Hurricane Dorian in just a few minutes here.
All right, we are making things easy for you to get prepared and possibly get out of town for some mandatory evacuation. The easy way you can check your phone.
That's the new insight into Hurricane Dorian and the focus on. You're watching WPTV News Channel.
We are everywhere from the Palm Beach to the Treasure Coast today, talking about Dorian and the impact it is expected to have. We are everywhere from the Palm Beach. Stewart, last night people were enjoying a night out. Let's take a look at this.
Businesses and restaurants here in downtown Stewart are ready to go. They're shuttered up and boarded up. But last night, plenty of people were still out and about enjoying dinner. Downtown Stewart was busy despite most restaurants and businesses being boarded up. The shutters don't necessarily mean they're closed.
We are open for dinner tonight. We're going to be open all day tomorrow.
Spritz Bistro and Cafe is putting up shutters as people were eating their dinner.
Originally, we were going to close today after 2 o'clock, we close tomorrow.
But then Dorian slowed down even further.
It's been difficult.
Spritz wants to stay open as long as possible.
Most of the businesses here in Stewart are going to be closed. And we'd like to be the one that stays open and helps out the community a little. Because everyone gets tired of being in.
Keeping that cabin fever feeling for a few more hours.
I think we're just walking along the water, kind of seeing what it looks like before we head back to kind of get sheltered in the next few days. But getting the last glimpse of the water before we're stuck landing for 2 or 3 days.
How much impact will the Treasure Coast see from Dorian? That's the question everyone is asking. For those who have been in the area for a while, Dorian brings back bad memories of previous storms.
We went through Hurricane Andrew in '92, so we lost everything during that storm. Don't take this for granted. Don't think it's going to turn.
Now all eyes are on Dorian as this catastrophic storm moves closer to Florida. Reporting in Stewart, 1 more WPTV, News Channel 5. And from the live desk, we've been talking to you all morning about the destruction of Dorian on the Bahamas. We want to show you the picture actually from space. It is incredible as you watch this hurricane Dorian. And it just gives you just a view of how massive, how large this actually is. And this was taken moments before the storm on the island. And as I just mentioned, just an incredible picture, very massive hurricane. Organized. And also later on we're going to be sharing some video, more video, especially as they light up images of the destruction. The pictures of family members that the Bahama Press is saying that some loved ones are saying that some family members are already missing within the next hour. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Tanya, thank you. Well, this you need to keep in mind, Palm Beach International Airport is stopping all commercial air service today. You are taking a live look out there at the PBIA. They want also to remind everyone, PBIA is not a shelter. If you had travel plans, you will not be able to sleep at the airport. Most airlines are offering some refunds, flight changes. You just need to give them a call directly to talk about this option.
Live camera, you can see the wind kind of whipping right there too. This morning, you've seen it if you've been driving around. There is a big lack of gas at some stations, but there are some with fuel we hadn't covered when it comes to availability. Go to our website to find a list of gas stations in each city that are still in operation. Just north Beach, Volusia County. Mandatory evacuation starting 10 this morning.
23-1-10-7.
RVs, much like our area, zones coming from low-lying areas and such. If you can, stay with your family and friends first. They do have shelters up there. This is, of course, if you have friends or family in Volusia County, so you won't get that much into it. But this supply list can be used anywhere. Food and snacks, lounge chair, bedding, medication. Some of you moved into possible shelters last night and might do it again this morning based on availability, so we'll keep you updated on that list.
Remember, with storms like this, it is very common for your power to get cut out at some point. And if that does happen, the crews are ready to help. Right now, dozens of power trucks are on standby in Wildwood, Florida. Crews say once the storm is over, they will move as fast as they can to restore the power. They'll start with hospitals first and then move on to residents.
Good morning, everyone. Hurricane Dorian is only about 50 miles away from our coast there. The eye itself is about 100 miles away. Hefty rain band about to move into the Treasure Coast. We'll track that and have the latest on Dorian coming up.
We have team coverage this morning. Take a look at our reporters from Indian River County to southern Palm Beach County.
Our crews are out keeping you in the know as Hurricane Dorian inches closer. Plus, of course, our meteorologists have been looking at the new track this morning. And for that, we want to turn to Storm Team 5 meteorologist Glenn Glazer. What is the latest here?
Well, the latest is still Category 5 hurricane, winds at 165 miles per hour. It has slowed down and moving to the west, 1 mile per hour to the west. That's how fast it's moving slow. But now we're picking up the full storm on the radar, and you can see the eye just moving over Grand Bahama here. It's clear in the eye, but not anywhere else. What I was just mentioning there at the top of the show is this very hefty rain band that's about to move in everywhere from Vero Beach to Port Pierce to Port St. Lucie and down into the Jupiter area. Katya's going to put a track on that for you in a minute, so you know when that rain band is going to arrive. But that's a really heavy rain, whipping in really quickly. Here's the latest from the Hurricane Center. Winds 165. It's expected to stay a Category 5 as we continue through the morning this morning. This is actually the 6 a.m. update just coming in now. So same strength, same speed, dropping down to 160 and then 150. That is a Category 4 storm at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. It moves quickly up to the closest it's going to be to us. It's from tomorrow morning, late tonight, tomorrow morning, into early afternoon tomorrow, and then it really rockets off to the north as we get into Wednesday. There's a chance that we could still see some tropical storm conditions around our area on Wednesday morning, but by Wednesday afternoon, I suspect that we're going to start seeing things clear up pretty quickly as Dorian moves up to the north, and then eventually up through the Mid-Atlantic states and up through the northeastern U.S. So we'll have its place today and tomorrow, with probably the most storm making its way into our area later tonight and for early afternoon. Let's take a little look at what's going on with watches and warnings right now. And we've got a bunch of them around. We have a hurricane warning in effect for all of the Treasure Coast. We have a hurricane watch for eastern Palm Beach County. We've got a tropical storm warning for all of Palm Beach County and for Okeechobee County, and that's because most of our area has a very good chance of seeing tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. I mentioned that rain band coming in right now. We're going to start to see more and more of that today. And that means very gusty winds. Slight risk for tornadic activity, Katya, as well. Not necessarily in this rain band, but perhaps later on today.
Yeah, definitely not out of the question to see a few tornadoes pop up across the area. And the radar is already lighting up with that rainfall across the area. As Glenn was just talking about, that rain band working its way closer to our area right now. Currently, it is offshore. If we can't get the computer back up, then I can show you where that rain is going to be making its way through the area. Can't get it up, I'm going to toss it back to the Mike and Ashley for the latest on what's going on with Dorian.
I'm Dr. Rogers from the live desk, and we've been keeping track of the devastation in the Bahamas. Want to show you a picture of this 7-year-old Latino McIntosh, and we're being told by the press that this is the first confirmed from Hurricane Dorian. The Bahamas press is saying that also missing, and we're being told that the family are going to evacuate out of the area when this happened. And they want to show you all the pictures. Family members are telling the Bahamas press who are missing. Through the area. Unfortunately, are probably going to be added on. We're also being told that the airport there is underwater, so we can get that video.
But as we move forward, flooding could be a really big concern right along Flagler Drive as Hurricane Dorian inches closer. This morning, we are closely also watching the entire area surrounding it.
Yeah, that's right. WPTV News Channel 5 time. She is live in downtown West Palm Beach. What are the conditions you're seeing right now, honey?
Hey, good morning, Mike and Ashley. It just started coming down right now. We're talking about that rain coming on and off over the last hour or so, and it just picked up. If you take a look right behind me here, the intracoastal, things look pretty calm right now. The water is not very choppy at all, but it is coming down. We have seen people coming by on their typical over here. The wind's not really an issue right now. It has been a little breezy throughout the morning, but nothing of concern. Now, 3 miles south from where I'm standing on Flagler Drive on Southern Boulevard, that area typically is prone to flooding during a typical rainfall event. And so we are closely monitoring this area to report any changes at all. For now, reporting live on WPTV News Channel 5.
Keep in mind, Florida Power and Light says it has spent the past several days preparing for Dorian. There are about 16,000 workers either already staged or heading out across the state. FPL says it's one of the largest contingency plans it's had for a storm. However, the president and CEO of the company is reminding people that there will be power outages. FPL says wind speeds need to be 35 miles per hour or less for their work to begin on repairing those power lines.
You know, we know those certain beaches that really erode faster than others. Bathtub Beach, definitely one of those on the treasure coast. The next couple of days.
Yeah, so what we've learned is that impact could really start as early as today. So that's where we find WPTV News Channel 5. Stephanie says time this morning. What are you seeing right now, Stephanie?
Hey, good morning, guys. It is certainly very windy out here. We can feel it. I don't know if you can hear it, but we certainly can hear the waves crashing behind us. Still a little too dark out here. Once we get some daylight, it will be much easier to see. But yes, Bathtub Beach, certainly a concern, a trouble spot for erosion. It's undergone a lot of renourishment projects over the past couple of years. Now, normally on Labor Day weekend, yeah, you see a lot of people out here to enjoy the beach, but not today. This is part of a mandatory evacuation area. Martin County ordering evacuations as of 1 p.m. yesterday. That included Hutchinson Island, Jupiter Island, Souls Point, as well as people in mobile homes and low-lying areas. We also know the county plans to turn off water service here on Hutchinson Island as of 10 a.m. today. So certainly, if you have not needed those mornings and those evacuations, this morning is the time to do that. We'll be monitoring conditions out here all day for you. But yes, the wind is certainly very strong out here. Reporting live at Bathtub Beach, Stephanie Suskine, WPTV, News Channel 5.
All right, we kind of warned you yesterday that if you had any last-minute supplies to get, you should probably have gotten it yesterday. You can take some Publix off the last-minute places to stop by because all stores in Palm Beach, Martin, Indian River, Okeechobee, St. Lucie County, that's the entire Palm Beach Treasure Coast, closed today. Companies can make a decision on tomorrow depending on the weather. Publix employees are asked to use the Publix emergency info line to check the status. Okay, so yeah, you're going to see a lot more closures like that. Of course, whenever we get them, we're going to pass them along. I posted on social media. Really needed to stock up yesterday. Start seeing those Wednesday. We're just unsafe to get on the road.
Right. Let's just find a way to be patient. But as we think about those wind speeds, I know they're already picking up this morning. We want to check in. 13-5-meteorologist Blaine Glazer is giving us the latest right now on the track. And what are you seeing right now at 6:08?
Well, what we're seeing is some of those heavier rain bands starting to swing in along the coast right now. We're going to be focusing on that quite a bit because that's what people are going to start feeling here as the storm churns around. The outer part of the storm here, right in here, this is about 50 miles away, and then the eye itself is about 100 miles away. And this is a really hefty rain band. It's packing a lot of wind there and a lot of track that. That's going to be moving down into the Stewart area at about hold on, I'm going to say about 6:37 to 6:35. Back to a 6:31. Jupiter just before that 6:25, and then also we're looking at Hope Sound at 6:25 there with that rain moving in. There's some more offshore here in this part of the band. That could be in the Vero Beach area at about 7:38 this morning, and then fast moving rainfall around Jupiter, West Palm Beach, Lake Worth, Boynton Beach. All of this moving very quickly from the northeast down to the south. Swings around the circulation of Dorian. We've also got some rainfall headed for Juno Beach 6:23, Boynton Beach 6:44, and Boca at about 6:52. And these are going to be really fast-moving showers. There might be some rumble and thunder in the mix there. And the day today, we're going to see more and more is this whipping motion of these bands coming in around Dorian circulation. The computer models are in pretty good agreement here that this storm is going to be a little more to the west over the next day or so before starting to make that turn to the north. Once it makes that turn to the north, it's going to accelerate pretty quickly up the east coast. So we're looking at time frame for us being today and a good part of tomorrow until late tomorrow afternoon before the storm really starts to move away. We could even see some tropical storm conditions linger into Wednesday morning. before everything starts to clear up by Wednesday afternoon. Tropical storm force winds continuing to move in this morning by 8 a.m. So in a couple of hours from now, you see this line right here, the 8 a.m. line. That's most of our area has a chance for tropical storm conditions by that time, and the chance for tropical storm conditions is up pretty close to 100%. So we have that in the forecast for today and tomorrow. We're looking at the impact and a little bit on Wednesday before the storm to the north. Here's a look at the forecast. Temperatures will end up in the upper 80s. Cloud cover, it's warm, it's humid. Today and tomorrow, maybe possible for Wednesday morning, but by the time we get to Thursday and Friday and Saturday and Sunday, looking much better. We're really looking forward to that. Lots of sunshine and chances for rain. More updates on
Now remember, WPTV will remain on the air if your power goes out. Take a look right here. These are all of the WPTV radio partners. If we need to simulcast at some point, you can listen to us on all of these stations. From Palm Beach County to the Treasure Coast. It's a great thing to just grab a quick picture. Visit WPTV.com/radio. Take a screen grab. We'll be right back. We've got sound on our end. And we've got video. Okay.
Welcome back to 6:15 on the dot. You know, if everything goes as forecast in our hope into, in Brevard County, Space Coast, and places like that as well.
Well, we want to check out the conditions that are happening unfolding right now in Milford. WPTV News Channel 5's Andrew Lofholm. What are you seeing out there, Andrew?
Here in Brevard County, the more vulnerable areas, the barrier island, like we are right now, we
in Melbourne. It's an 8 a.m. mandatory evacuation. Businesses up here, a lot just like this one. This Wendy's all boarded up. With the ocean is right over here. We just had a big rainstorm, those outer bands of the hurricane. It has since passed, but we've had the wind really kicking up big time out here. Actually had somebody drive up to us, ask us what's going on with the hurricane. He's actually trying to train to be a boxer, so he took advantage of this wind. He was actually running a parachute out on the water out there, but these winds out here picking up. 8 a.m. mandatory evacuation. A lot of the lead that the counties to our south have taken, they're doing it here. Shelters opened up yesterday at 5, evacuations at 8 this morning, and the airport here in Melbourne shutting down service at noon today. We'll be keeping an eye on things. Drive up to us, ask us what's going on with the hurricane Melbourne. Until then, Andrew Lofbaum, WPTV News Channel.
After waking up this morning, you're wondering exactly what the conditions are like right outside your door. Maybe you've even been hearing the wind or the rain coming through. Those are the sweet bands we're starting to see.
Finally starting to see this from Dorian, and it's moving at a snail's pace. And I'm not really exaggerating there, am I, Glenn?
I think a snail moves faster, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's moving at 1 mile per hour over Grand Bahama right now. It's a devastating storm. It looks like it may be going through some sort of what we call an eye wall replacement inside here, and there's more bands starting to wrap around the outside. That can sometimes weaken the storm a little bit, and then it has the opportunity with eye wall forms to re-strengthen. Also, what happens often during an eye wall replacement cycle is that the storm expands a little bit, and so more of these bands could swing in to South Florida if that happens. That's something we're going to want to watch carefully. Katia is going to be tracking these bands coming in. Look at this one. One hefty band of rain about to move into the Treasure Coast in northern Palm Beach County here. And take a look at it, it's moving about 50 miles per hour, that one band right there. So as Mike mentioned, moving at 1 mile per hour to the west, winds at 165. It will most likely stay a Category 5 hurricane at least for today. But as it's moving so slowly, it's also churning up this cold water underneath of it. And if you know anything about storms, you know that storms need warm water to keep going. So the colder the water, the more the storm will be churning things up. It's pouring cold water up from underneath. That's called upwelling. And so as the storm slowly makes its way over to the west here and eventually up to the northwest, it may be actually weakening itself. Even so, it's still going to be a major hurricane. Category 4 hurricane winds 150 by tomorrow morning. That's going to be closer to us. And then it starts to move faster away from our area by late Tuesday into Wednesday. And by the time we get to Wednesday afternoon, it's already moving up around Daytona or Jacksonville. And by Thursday, it's off to the Carolinas and then up to Virginia by the time we get to the end of the weekend, into the weekend. So it does start to accelerate greatly away from our viewing area. We've got watches and warnings in effect, and a good many of them. On the Treasure Coast, we've got a hurricane warning for all the counties of the Treasure Coast and a storm surge warning as well. And we've also got watches and warning for Palm Beach County, tropical storm warning for the entire county, and also a tropical storm warning for Okeechobee County. Hurricane watch in effect in Palm Beach County from the turnpike to the coast, and a storm surge warning right along the coast for Palm Beach County. Let's check out some of that rainfall with Katia.
All right, thank you, Glenn. Let's take a look at the radar right now. And as we were just talking about, this rain band moving very quickly towards the Treasure Coast. So let's put a tracker on this here. Stuart, you can see this rain as early as 6:42. Jupiter around 6:42 as well. Hope's down 6:34. Jupiter Island for you around 6:31 this morning. And we do have some more rain popping up off the coastline that will be drifting onshore throughout the morning. Let's take a look at those wind gusts here, because you're probably hearing that wind outside your window right now. Here on your wind gusts up to 34 miles per hour, up to 30 in Boca, 30 West Palm Beach, and 34 miles per hour out in Stuart right now. In terms of when is the best chance of seeing those tropical storm winds, those are winds over 39 miles per hour. Well, that's indicated in this yellow band right here. So let's take a look at when is the best chance of seeing those tropical storm force winds a little bit closer to the coastline, maybe by this afternoon. Then watch what happens as we head into the overnight hours here. That chance of seeing those tropical storm force winds expands a little bit more inland as we head into tonight, into early tomorrow morning, especially into tomorrow afternoon. Even as we head into tomorrow tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, as the storm gets a little bit closer here, hugging the coastline, there is a potential of seeing hurricane force conditions, and that's winds over 74 miles per hour. So that's not out of the question either. So for today, in the upper 80s, tropical storm conditions, that includes those very high winds, the possibility of seeing storm surge up to 2 to maybe 7 feet. And then tonight, still dealing with that tropical storm off the coastline here, those rain bands whipping into the area in the overnight hours here. Temperatures dropping to the upper 70s, sustained winds 25 to 35 miles per hour plus. And then for tomorrow, we're going to still be dealing with tropical storm conditions, especially as we head into overnight tonight, going into tomorrow afternoon. We're going to have much more in your 7-day forecast in just a few minutes here.
And we have our reporters in many places this morning as you're waking up with us, 621, tracking Hurricane Dorian conditions. Of course, expected to worsen over the course of the day. WPTV Roberts, one of the first in St. Lucie County this morning, checking the conditions. You can see the shutters are up behind you. It's pretty quiet out there.
Yeah, it's very quiet actually here this morning, Mike, of course, with the mandatory evacuation underway. I can tell you in the last hour or so since we last checked in, it actually hasn't changed here much. Still steady wind speeds, consistent winds here. And we've actually gotten a nice little break from some of those scattered little showers that were But as you said, if you take a look here behind me, you can see people are prepared as we assume they're going to be. They're boarded up. You see here a sign, "Go away, Dorian." We've got shutters on the windows. And if we look a little further to the east, other businesses even closer to the waterfront here have taken precautions to be less impacted by the potential winds coming off the coast. They've rolled back their awnings. They've secured their chairs, again, hoping that they've done all the preparations that they need to do. Speaking of those evacuations coming up here in just a couple hours, something people in Fort Pierce need to remember, police are going to start manning both the north and south bridges that bring you here onto the barrier island, onto Hutchinson Island, starting at 8 o'clock this morning. That means that you can really only get onto this island. You're only going to be allowed access by police if you're a business owner here, or if you are a homeowner or a resident here needing to check for your properties. Of course, as we're winding down to getting closer to the start of seeing more of these impacts, you really need to make sure that you have your preparations and that you in this area. And again, as this morning progresses, we are keeping an eye on the potential storm surge as here in Fort Pierce. Right now, as you've heard from our meteorologists, with high tide also still a couple hours away. So we're going to be watching the shoreline that is already heavily impacted by erosion to see just what more this potential storm has in store for us here in Fort Pierce. That's the latest here. I'm Megan McRoberts reporting live, WPTV News Channel 5.
Thank you, Megan. Well, whether you are hunkering down or evacuating right now, WPTV has you covered everywhere. You can take your Roku, Fire Stick, or Apple TV devices with you and make sure you download our WPTV app. We will be streaming our live coverage, keeping you informed of the storm every single step. So I'm ready to say what? We'll be right back.
Golden Sands Park, 528.
Go ahead.
You are Mike checking KMI YD5 the way on the
1133. Need you right back on your 28. 623. And 626.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Engine 4 by 4, route field. 621.
A magnitude 2.5 earthquake occurred. Eastern Mediterranean Sea, 7.0 kilometers deep, 32 minutes ago by EMSC status M.
And from the live desk, we do have video that is coming in. Now, here's one of the videos we want to show you. You can see the boat in the shore. This is Harbor Island in the Bahamas. But there's also some other video that we want to show you as we continue to monitor. In the Bahama Islands are now sharing video. And you can see it's just complete flooded areas. Boats are ending up like right in front of the homes. And even if you listen to the audio, you can even hear people saying that they need help. Some of the video also from inside of homes, destruction that's happened inside of these homes, people looking for their loved ones and family members, and it just roofs over there just totally pulled apart. Now, as it becomes daylight, we're going to be getting even more video in, and we'll definitely be sharing that with you. Back to you, Mr.
Tanya, thank you. Now, since we are in hurricane coverage now, you can watch the Today Show on Court TV this morning. We have those channels listed on the bottom of your screen, that little ticker right there. Today Show anchor Craig Melvin is actually in Jupiter covering Dorian. The WPTV News Channel 5 Severe Rayford is at UTV where he is going to be. Hey there, Severa.
Good morning, Ashley. We are actually at UTV Beach, like you just mentioned. I'm here with Craig Melvin from the Today Show. Craig, how are you doing this morning?
Very well. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, just with these winds and high winds. What have you experienced so far? Tell me a little bit about your experience.
We landed last night in West Palm. We were from the last flights coming in, airport, almost a ghost town. We made the drive here to Jupiter. Some rain just started, and we noticed the wind started to pick up. One of the things that's been striking, unfortunately, and one of the things I always look at is people heeding the evacuation warnings. It seems by and large, people around here have decided to get out.
Right, and this is evacuation zone B, so you should not be in this area right now. The county has ordered people to leave this specific area, and I agree with you. It was kind of like a ghost town. But what was it like coming up from West Palm Beach here to Jupiter?
Roads, one of the things we noticed, the emptiness of the roads. Areas where the number of times I've been down, roads are typically packed, especially on the weekend. And on the beach as well, we got out last night. Some folks who are, and it looks like by and large people are taking the warning seriously. This is a monster of a storm. It's moving so slowly. It's turning over so slowly. It's made it a bit difficult to gauge precisely where it's going to hit. Governors of South Carolina and Georgia, massive evacuations because there continues to be some uncertainty about precisely where it's going to make landfall.
Exactly, and we'll keep you up to date with as much information as we can possible. Craig, thank you so much for speaking with us this morning. And you can catch him on the Today Show starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you so much, Craig. Back to you guys.
We want to remind you that we are on until 8 BTV News Channel 5 with remote coverage of Dorian track and taking up.
Yeah, the shelter is accepting residents in San Luis County right now. Be right back.
You're at Fort Pierce Central High School.
Were you guys talking to me or talking to the guy in Fort Pierce Central High School?
A magnitude 3.8 earthquake occurred. Talad Islands, Indonesia, 26.0. 5 minutes ago by BMP.
Still ready to come around for fuel available. They're at 6:30.
6:32 right now as you're waking up with us at WPTV News Channel 5. I'm Mike Trim here with Ashton Walters. Thank you for guys. See the track coming here. It's every hour now because this is so close to us. We're getting constant updates.
Yeah, Storm Team 5 meteorologist Glenn Glazer is staying on top of this ever-changing storm. Of course, we're watching exactly what it could do with us here in South Florida. Hey, Glenn.
Good morning, guys. Here we're also watching why it's going to do what it's going to do. And here's that right now. Dorian not too far away from us, actually. This outer thick part right here, these outer bands, about 47 miles away, with some of the rain bands stretching way out from the storm. And then the center of the storm about 103 miles away. Right now, tropical storm force winds extend out 140 miles from the center. Hurricane force winds extend out about 25 miles from the center. Let's look at the players here. There's and a third one coming into the mix. I'm
1224 to 1222.
Player in directing this storm, forcing it.
1222, go ahead.
Other high off to the northwest here has been holding it away from Florida's coast for the time being. And around it like this high has been the one that's been directing Dorian's path. And we've been watching this big trough here that's trying to push against this high and allow Dorian to slip up to the north. So it's all a question of when this high will become weak enough for Dorian to start that northward push. It looks like it's going to be tomorrow, and that's reflected in the latest track from the Hurricane Center. Wind 165 is moving west at 1 mile per hour. It's expected to lose a little bit of strength by the time we get to the center. Category 4 storm, still a very dangerous storm, even tomorrow morning. And tomorrow is when it makes its closest approach to our viewing area. During the morning and early afternoon is when we have the best chance of seeing some hurricane conditions in our area. Track. Now, mind you, some of the track still comes inland, and there are models that bring it closer, but most of the models keep the center of the storm.
492.
So we're still looking at
430,
hurricane conditions by tomorrow morning, and then it works its way up to the north, and eventually just jets off.
Come into the launch room, please.
Through the rest of the weekend into the weekend. We've got watches and warnings in effect. Here's what we're going to see. We're going to go through all the watches and warnings in just a few minutes, but I want to show you the timing. Tropical storm conditions today, already starting today. Tropical storm conditions tonight, and then tomorrow, tropical storm, possibly hurricane conditions as the storm edges over to the west. Let's talk about some of those rain bands moving in with meteorologist Katia Hall. They are flying through the area.
Yeah, very fast-moving showers. We're estimating around 50 miles per hour. These showers are moving across the area. So here's a look at Hurricane Dorian right now. It's around 100 miles off the coastline here, but those tropical storm force winds around 140 miles, extended about 140 miles out. So we're already starting to pick up on those outer rain bands, and you can see that rain tracking through the area right now. So along 95, the turnpike heading into Martin County, St. Lucie County, we're already seeing some rain popping up there. Get a look at this rain band right here. That is going to be making its way through the around 6:06. Hope South around 6:40. Limestone Creek around 6:47. And just south of that outer rain band right there. Riviera Beach around 6:48. West Palm Beach for you around 6:50. And Beach around 7 o'clock this morning. If we take a look at River County, pretty quiet right now. Not a whole lot going on, but you let your guard down. You are already starting to feel high winds, and with some of that rain pushing on the area as we head into the early part of the morning, continue throughout the next couple of days. that's a possibility. So here's a look at sustained winds right now, picking up to around 15 to 27 miles per hour in some spots around Stewart, 27.
A magnitude 3.8 earthquake occurred. Kepulauan Tala, Indonesia, 26.0 minutes ago by EMSC status M.
We head into this afternoon, especially going into overnight tonight, going into early tomorrow morning, as Hurricane Dorian to us. It is expected to stay offshore, but we'll be feeling the impact from the system, even though it's off the coastline. This afternoon, wind gusts picking up around 55 to 58 miles per hour. Take a look at tonight going into tomorrow. Wind gusts picking up to around maybe 65 miles per hour. This is for West Palm Beach. I'll take you to another location right here, Wellington, for you. Wind gusts picking up to around 55 to 58 miles per hour. Then tomorrow, you can see wind gusts will get even higher than that. Not picking up on that, but it should be around 60 miles per hour. Port St. Lucie for you. For tomorrow, wind gusts picking up to around maybe 86 miles per hour. Very, very strong winds. So we're just getting started, and as we head into the next couple of days, we'll continue to see impacts of Hurricane Dorian.
Thank you so much, Kasia. We'll be sure to stick with our Storm Team 5 meteorologists as they track Hurricane Dorian and its impact. We have continuing coverage on all of our digital platforms using the Storm Team 5 meteorology expertise. Don't forget to download the WPTV app. We will send you those weather alerts straight to your phone as we get them. Tanya?
And from the live desk, we have video of major damage coming in from
Indian River 22133.
Category 5 storm moves slowly west after making landfall in that area. Now, the government reported severe property damage and storm surge for the islands.
Pray for us, pray for Abaco, please. Indian River 22181.
2181. And it is heart-wrenching to hear that, and it wasn't unusual actually to see.
Data was trying to reach 2181, still on a call. Verifying still 10-8.
And hearing them just saying, please pray for us, and we just need help. One of the videos, you could actually hear the person saying they were trying to get from one apartment complex to the other apartment complex to safety, and saying that some people just didn't make it there. Also want to add on that the Bahamas press has said that a 7-year-old boy did drown. Dorian, so it's just horrible news coming out of the Bahamas. But we'll make sure to keep you updated as information is passed on to us. Back to you, Mr. Rico.
All right, Tony, thank you. 6:39 right now. This is video after Hurricane Dorian.
Indian River 22204.
Left the path destruction. Just look at that now. Destroyed homes and right there. That's
Verifying you're still in your
windows blown out right there. 23 feet leveled, many popular destinations in the Bahamas as well. Not stopping this morning either, Ashley.
Well, and of course, here in Florida, those strong winds can really rough up the beaches. WPTV News Channel 5's Kevin Berry is live. Golf Club in Stewart. Kevin, what types of conditions are you seeing right now?
Good morning, guys. Stronger winds every time we check that in. And just the last few seconds, we felt an extra gust that kind of blew us in towards the land, which is behind the cap over there. But I want to get out of the way because now that the sun is starting to come up, we're getting our first really good look at some of the waves and the water that's coming in. This is the first time we've been able to see it just because it's been so dark so far. And you can see all that foam all the way out to that kind of fourth level of waves as they start to break and come in. And you see the rougher water even beyond what's right here on the shoreway as well. And then if you take a look at this sand dune, all the greenery here, just how strong all these winds have been. When we first got out here, it wasn't quite this strong, and it keeps picking up. And every time we've been out here, it's been relentless. Not many breaks. But then just on the other side of the sand dune, you can be tricked and kind of forget how strong these winds are because it's very calm over behind our camera, and it blocks all of these winds that are coming in. But gives you a new appreciation for all the work that everybody down here in Florida was doing, making sure that their houses were storm-proof and putting all that storm protection on because these are the strong winds that would cause that damage as these winds start to get stronger. In Stewart,
A magnitude 4.1 earthquake occurred.
South of Bali, the reality right now.
68.0 kilometers 11 minutes ago by
the county says
200 people have already checked into those 5 county designated shelters. WPTV News Channel 5's Arthur Mondale is live from Fort Pierce Central High School with the latest on what's happening there. Are you seeing a lot of folks coming in?
Absolutely, Ashley. The bulk of those people are here. Red Cross officials tell us 216 people have actually checked in since this shelter opened at around 2 p.m. But the longer that we're here, the more I'm learning about the people that are working inside the shelter. We have St. County schools, and then the American Red Cross. Actually, I spoke to a shelter manager who came all the way from West Virginia, the Blue Ridge Mountain region, to support the folks here in our community. He also taught me something. There's a difference between a shelter and a recovery shelter. This is, in fact, an evacuation shelter. So they don't provide cots. It's more of a roof over your head and food and safety from the impending storm. So they're urging the public.
446, you can close east side 4K, thank you.
Your own medication. Some things like that. He's also expecting a major increase. Take a listen.
Well, what's going to happen is, everybody says they're going to ride the storm out, but the closer the storm comes, the more happy it is. That's when you shut the population increase.
Public what?
And lastly, you will need some form of identification to, in fact, check in. Also, once you check in, you cannot check out. Reporting live, Arthur Mondale, WPTV, News Channel 5.
That is something Arthur mentioned that can be mentioned for every shelter. You need to bring your own bedding. How about this story from Uber, offering free round-trip rides to shelters as well. $20 each way. I shouldn't say free, but it's definitely a discount right there. Let's get back to the beginning of this script so we can get the information properly to people, folks. Okay, free round-trip rides to state-approved shelters. It will cover the cost up to $20 each way. No cost to you. The trip must cost over $20 for that to happen. Lyft is also offering a deal to take advantage of those. You have to use the promo code. Here's the key. Promo code Dorian Relief.
Concern over water levels at Lake Okeechobee. A troubling prediction on the amount of water it could see.
Our Storm Team 5 meteorologists working around the clock. And I mean around the clock. Hurricane Dorian, the massive storm. That's coming up right after the break on WPTV News Channel 5.
Yes, you can. Mic check 1, 2, 3 out here at Vero Beach, and the wind's really picking up. That's all we.
Rescue 8 arrival. January radio. There's 620. Signals are DC.
Harp Terrace, Apartment B, Bravo 322, Harp Terrace, Apartment B, reference to a white Honda Accord from resident. Florida 28 Juliet, X-ray, November Kilo 48, JXNK 48. Comes back on a white 96 Honda Ford Orange Gianni Nasty at 101 Admiral, Apartment B, Bravo.
Requesting she be checked out and she's able to come to the shelter.
Temporary verifying a code 1 response or 1018.
Code is fine. She's not currently bleeding. She wasn't about 3 weeks ago. Main entrance to the flight.
26.
I'm Tanya Rogers from the live desk, and the Delaware Beach Police Department has issued a
6528.
They say they're looking for 51-year-old Jerry Lamar Jr. He was last seen yesterday evening on
LIV 1110 Silver Forge
assisted living facility last night. Happen to spot this person, make sure to call the Delray Beach Police Department. 243-7800. Again, the police department is for Jerry Lamar Jr. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely. Let's share that information.
Absolutely. 6:48 on the dot right now. So glad you're waking up with us on this Labor Day. You know, it's definitely a different type of Labor Day weekend. And people off today work for a different reason because of this impending hurricane. And we're tracking it every step of the way.
So we are already starting to see and feel the conditions shifting from those bands that are coming across. So let's check in with our storm team 5-meteorologists who've been looking at the very latest through Hurricane Dorian.
All right, let's take a quick look. I'm adjusting a couple of graphics here just so we can show some of the watches and warnings that are in effect. But I want to go to what's going on with Dorian right now. As far as wave heights go, one of the biggest threats we're going to see in our viewing area, besides these very gusty winds and possible flooding from heavy rainfall, will be storm surge and the big waves that are rolling it along the coast. Reporters in the field already showing you as we some of the big waves that are rolling on in. So here's a quick look at Dorian right now. It's well offshore here, by about 100 miles or so the center of the storm, but there's plenty of it that's much closer to the coast, including this outer and really thick part of the storm. These outer bands here, they're tightly packed, and those are about 45 to 50 miles away. And then these way outer bands are these feeder bands that are slipping on through the area at about 50 miles per hour right now. And you can see the wave heights underneath here. Let me zoom out a little bit. There you go. So in the yellows, there's different shades of yellows and greens here. Zoom out a little bit. I want to show you some of those wave heights. We're coming in along the coast right now. We're looking at estimated 50 to 60 coming in along the coast. We just go a little bit out over the ocean. We're looking at 20 to 23 foot seas, and then right in here in this bright yellow part right here, seas are about 27 feet. It's 27 foot seas coming in right there. And so all of that is propagating toward the coast here. More and more of those big waves moving in along the coast as we continue. There's a good look. 47 miles offshore. The big, thick parts of these bands around the outer part of the storm there. And the eye is about 3 miles away. And all those winds just sucking right on into the middle there with that counterclockwise. We're looking at a Category 5 hurricane now. Since yesterday morning, but could be a Cat 4 by tomorrow. Very dangerous storm. And then making its closest approach to our area as we get into tomorrow morning into the early afternoon. Major hurricane. That's when we can see some hurricane force winds, and there's still a few computer models that bring it in very close to, if not available along the Space Coast, and then up to the north. But most computer models keep an eye offshore, thus receiving tropical storm to some hurricane force winds. We're going to talk more about that in a moment. I want to thank the Hurricane conditions, including fast-moving rain bands.
Yeah, take a look at this here. You can see all these outer rain bands right here working its way into the area right now. We were tracking this earlier, and it's moving very fast. This rain band working into the coastline right now, from Stewart into Hopestown to Cuesta. In fact, Port Palm City, you can see that rain around 6:54. Lost Lake around 6:55. Also, rain about to make its way through Jupiter Bronx Farms around 6:55. We've got rain starting to make its way through the Riviera Beach area around 6:55.
A magnitude 2.8 earthquake occurred. Serbia, 10.0.
Indian town, and then also a little bit of some showers pushing into West Palm Beach, Lake Worth Beach right now. And you can see this rain band just offshore right now is going to be working into the area as well. So we're expecting to see rain as we head into the next couple of days here as Hurricane Dorian kind of stays offshore. Could hug the coastline, though. We'll talk more about that in a little bit here.
Remember, WPTV will remain on air if your power goes out. On your screen, and we do simulcast. You can listen to us. Batteries in the radio, folks, before the power goes out from Palm Beach County.
1480. India 959, 1080. Sarah 651. You want nothing? Rescue 11 around 65, 68, 73, 65, 60, 87, 3, 36. Just confirming that. Caller does not reside at 322 apartment B. She did advise 5455. 2661 confirmed. Julius X-ray confirmed for Kilo 40. Press home, Admiral. 101 Admiral, service B. Admiral. 62. Admiral. Refs that vehicle to whose restaurant? It's going to be a Gianni snack. Tower, you checking for trespass money at the location? Turn the lights on and solid for this. It is showing a trespass. It is one on property at 332 North, apartment B, Brooklyn.
Well, right now we are seeing watches and warnings across our viewing area, and mandatory evacuations are going into effect this morning at 8 o'clock in parts of Indian River County.
That's right. We have WPTV News Channel 5's Mariel Carbone live to give people the safety.
That's right. We're out here by Sexton Falls, and actually now that the sun's coming up, a lot of people out here gathering in the area. And as you mentioned, evacuations. A lot of people here tell me that they're planning to stay put and not evacuated. But if you look out, we're just kind of getting those first views of the water coming in. The wave's not too big now, but the water is starting to move in. The biggest impact wind all morning. If you kind of come this way, you can see the trees, they've just been blowing, and the wind's been pretty constant here. And as we've been out here, some of the sheriff's deputies and police officers have come by, and they've told us really that's one of the big concerns right now is the wind. People have been asking us about the bridge closures, and officers out here have said that once the wind gets to about 30 miles per hour, that's when they will start coming back and closing those bridges. So it's just a waiting game. So that's kind of the latest out here at Vero Beach. I'll send it back to you guys now in studio. Marielle Carvo, News Channel 5.
Really interesting new live pictures from the area.
Bands, outer bands really starting to move now. Now we are going to simulcast on WFLX as well as WPTV News Channel 5. Normally at this time we would get to our top 29 newscasts and we get to the station. We're going to stay on air.
We'll be right back.
Were there any previous calls here?
I checked.
It can be previous to signal 22, June 2019. So the trespass, the battery, 22.
Hands are wet.
Hurricane Dorian remains a Category 5 hurricane. It is rolling along Grand Bahama right now, but still headed for the Florida coast. We'll tell you how close the track gets to us and what we can see throughout the day today coming up. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on with Dorian right now as we check out the latest satellite picture. That big clear eye right in the middle there. We're seeing these outer bands stretching out from the center here, and the thickness of these bands that are wrapped tightly around here are about 50 miles off our coast. The eye itself about 100 miles off our coast, but look at these feeder bands stretching out over Florida now, and they are packing some serious winds. We're getting wind reports from all across the area and some heavy rainfall. Here's some reported wind just coming in now from Juno Beach. Just recorded a 47 mile per hour wind gust. That is well into tropical storm winds there, which started 39 miles per hour. And these gusts are going to get higher and higher as those bands continue to wind in across the area. The rain is moving at about 50 miles per hour faster from north northeast to southwest. So we're tracking them as best we can as those vans are moving through. The latest track, 7 a.m. track from and really they're still adjusting the tracks at 5 a.m. And all these hourly reports are showing strength and current position and movement, and it's moving west at 1 mile per hour. Lose a little bit of strength, not much, down to 160 by later on today, down to 150 by tomorrow as it continues to move slowly and churn up a lot of cold water underneath it. A little bit, but not too much. And then making its move over closer to Florida as we get into tomorrow morning. There are still some computer models on the coast, but most leave it offshore. But that's why the coast is still going to be inside our area here from about Palm Beach all the way up the coast. And then we've got it jetting off to the north very, very quickly by Wednesday and Thursday. It's pretty up near Georgia and South Carolina and eventually North Carolina. And then off it goes off to the northeast there. So we're going to keep our eyes on East Valley Park anywhere from 14 to 15 higher moving in now, and we can see 20 at high tide.
2235 54th Avenue, 2235 54th Avenue. Upon callback, was unable to leave a message. I'll see you around there.
But let's get to that rain that's coming in.
Control if I can tell Dorian tomorrow.
Really big gusts.
Yeah, you just showed a wind report coming out over 40 miles per hour. Fine, probably with speeds 9 miles per hour. So because we're already picking up on those outer rain bands, we're already starting to see conditions. These are just the sustained winds right now, picking up from 15 to 25 miles per hour. Some spots, sustained winds up to 26 miles per hour. And as we head into this afternoon, gusts are going to be picking up here. So here's a look at the hourly forecast here. Palm Beach, you can see wind gusts picking up to around 38 miles per hour as we head into the early part of the morning. Watch what happens by this evening, up to 43 miles per hour. Then watch what happens as we head into the overnight hours. Picking up around 48 miles per hour, and things will get even stronger as we head into tomorrow morning. Boca Raton, we see wind gusts around 39 miles per hour. This morning, this afternoon, potential 43 to maybe 44 miles per hour as we head into this evening and go into the overnight hours. Hurricane Dorian remains again an extremely dangerous storm and it could bring some strong winds and rough surf right to our area. WPTV News Channel 5's Katie LaGrone monitoring all of the conditions in Boca Raton right now. What do you think there, Katie?
Hi, good morning to you, Ashley. Rain at this point in Boca Raton, but we are starting to feel some mild periodic gusts of wind here on Palmetto Park in Boca Raton. We are seeing some businesses are boarding up just in case Dorian's track puts the city back in its zone of uncertainty. 7-Eleven boarded up, but wants to know it will be open today. That is not the case. Facilities, parks, and beaches closed today as the city remains under a tropical storm. Other businesses here also boarded up just in case Dorian chooses to inch a little closer to the coast. But residents here not so concerned. Several already out running, taking out their morning walks, and feeling good about Dorian staying away and leaving them staying put. As for the beaches, Matt is starting to make his way up Palmetto Park. As for the beaches, we were out at South Beach Park earlier this morning. We saw some mild waves. Of course, those waves will change as the afternoon progresses. High tide expected before noon, which will also bring some bigger waves and potential for beach erosion. One important note about the beaches today, because the beaches are officially closed to the city, no lifeguards will be on duty. I'm in Boca Raton, Katie LaGrone, WPTV News Channel 5. Okay, we should mention right now, WPTV News Channel 5 is also simulcast in SLX. And we are also airing the Today Show, which is typically at this hour on so you have all of that working. But we do know right at this hour, some hospital patients have been evacuated ahead
hurricane rated.
ATV News Channel 5, Tony Rodriguez. She's live in West Palm Beach. Tony.
Mike and Ashley, before we go to the hospital quickly right now, things have sort of changed here dramatically in the last 40 minutes or so. As you can see, the intercoastal now really, really choppy. We just got hit with a pretty strong gust of wind and rain just a few minutes ago. And unfortunately, right across the street from where I am on Flagler Drive, Good Samaritan Medical Center is closed for good. You can see there are barely any lights on in the building right now. Patients yesterday afternoon. Accepting new patients. They started moving those patients to nearby facilities. By the way, if you need medical assistance, obviously call 911. And the closest emergency room to this St. Mary's Medical Center in the state around this area.
And Florida Power and Light says it has spent the past several days preparing for Dorian. There are about 16,000 workers that have already stayed or heading out across the state. FPL says this is one of the largest plans it's never had for a storm. However, the president and CEO of that company is reminding there will be power outages. FPL says wind speeds must be 35 miles per hour or less for any of those workers to actually work on repairing power.
Wake up and make a last-minute run for groceries. You need to take Publix off your list. All Publix stores in Palm Beach are see the counties we're talking about our entire Beach area. They're going to make a decision. The company is an opening tomorrow, depending on the weather. Publix employees, you're advised to use the Publix emergency info line to check the status of your store. All right, let's take a live look outside when we come right back. Dorian, we'll be right back after this. ATV News Channel 5.
It's negative local, it's negative 2019, and has a valid Class Echo operator's license. Expires 11 of 2020. Restrictions for corrective lenses. 0707. Around 743 4th Avenue Southwest, 743 4th Avenue Southwest, coming from the perimeter kitchen, Shea Route 3729.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for trusting us here on WBC News Channel 5 as we simulcast WFLX. I know all of you are waking up wondering exactly what's happening. Rain against your house.
Getting very close to the time. You just don't want to be outdoors at all.
guys here for you to tell you what kind of sit back and relax. By now you have the preparation matter at hand and public south on these outer bands of hurricane.
Yeah, we're going to sit back in a wait situation now and watch what happens. And of course, we're going to be with you in the next couple of days. We're seeing things going to happen in the latest updates at the Hurricane Center. But here's a quick look at Dorian now as it makes a slow crawl right over Grand Bahama. We still have a lot of watches and warnings in effect for our area, most of which really kick in starting today, but especially tomorrow morning. That's when we could start to see some hurricane winds pushing into our area as it's while at the same time making that turn to hurricane warning in effect for all of the treasure coast right now. There's a hurricane watch in effect out the turnpike all the way over County. There's a tropical storm warning for all of Long Beach County and Okeechobee County and storm surge. A lot of that are reported covering it.
At 31, Foxtrot Victor, 901, NA.
All the way up, all the streams and rivers in the background. Talking about a significant storm surge possibility for the next few days until Dorian finally starts moving north. Winds right now 1 mile per hour. It has winds that are going to drop a little bit. Cat 4 as we get into later tonight tomorrow, but even that is extremely powerful hurricane. Computer models keep behind for us, but still with a wind, tropical storm force wind, and possibly hurricane wind. And you can see some of the cone still in our viewing area here from about Palm Beach all the way up through the Treasure Coast. There are still some bringing in very close or even on shore in our viewing area, but most center. Gotta watch that carefully. Have to stay on top of it. Any little wiggle more to the west, they can see. And then it jets off as we move through Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and there it goes. And our weather improves a great deal. The chance that we're going to see tropical almost 100% right now with wind gusts well up to 30 per hour. So for more on that,
34, along the East Coast, 7.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of an all-day event, tracking all this rain out there, even going into tomorrow, and then by Wednesday morning, as the storm will start to lift, of course, we'll start to see that rain wind down. But as we get a look at the radar right now, we've been tracking this band for you since it started to see as the rain is continuing inland, it's gotten a little bit heavier. Palm Beach Gardens here, indicating some very heavy rainfall here. Let's put a tracker on this rainfall as it continues to track in this direction here. The acreage that reaches around 719, Lion view around 727. You can see this rain band continues from Gardens extending all the way into Lake Worth Beach. Put a tracker a little bit further south here. Atlantis around 715, Beach around 719 this morning. That rain out here. So on and off rain as we head into the next day, next 36 hours here or so. And how much rain we could pick up, quite a bit. Maybe close to 5 to maybe 6
Rescue 2, we can provide staff on scene, no medical need. Or clear journey.
In a little bit closer to the border here. Take a look at this, like closer to the coastline. Maybe up to a 10 inches of rain. And it's going to make things pretty difficult in that area. Potential for some coastal flooding and storm surge. Not too good in that area. Of course, we're continuing to track for you. We'll have much more on this. Kasia, thank you so much. 7:15 right now. Whether you are hunkering down or evacuating WP.
There we go.
Take that rope to the fire station. Make sure you download our WPC app as well. Here's from Chopper 5 overhead. Look at all of this Hurricane Dorian is moving in toward us. But again, we are streaming live on the WPC app ahead of producer. Do we have? We do have our great. So as we check out our Treasure Coast, nearing the front of Hurricane Dorian.
we call it 1250.
And only expected to worsen. We have Channel 5's Megan McRoberts right out there.
What's up?
What are you seeing?
Hey, Trump came in and we didn't get any of those, and we will not be.
And the impacts of Hurricane
Appreciate it.
Inland and south of the inlet. You take a look.
You want to send your
So far, we're
voice and a
tracking
half
it.
PSLs 400 of them.
North of the inlet, past the jetties there. We're seeing some of the choppy that white mist up in the air. Those rolling waves with the white caps to the north of us. And take a look to the east as we keep an eye on the storm surge in this area. Fort Pierce, as we remain under a storm surge warning. We know that is driving some of these wind speeds we see register kind of in the low 20s with sustained wind speeds and with some gusts around 30 miles per hour. Keeping in mind that is for this area, but choppier conditions, windier conditions are a little bit more common here on the east here. Looking further southeast, where we know Dorian is turning over the Bahamas right now, we know that we're about 120 miles per hour. We continue to see these rolling waves. Estimating maybe anywhere between 4 to 5 waves as we are heading toward the coastline. We are keeping an eye on the shoreline here as erosion is always an issue in this area. It looks like a bowl in this area with calm waters here protected by the inlet. And if you look toward the shoreline, very steep slopes that are currently being crashed upon by these waves. Sightseers coming out here this morning, there is a lot out here this morning with the waves and the wind impacts. High tide around 11 o'clock this morning. We know that police are going to be in the next hour or so after people leave. They're going to be manning the 2 bridges here to Hutchinson Island, making sure the only people coming and going are people who own businesses here or who live in homes in this area. So really the last hour or so for people to wrap up their sightseeing, get a good look and take some pictures, but then get into a safer location. That's the latest here for Pierce and Megan McRoberts, WPTV News Channel 5.
Well, just north of storm as well. We're talking about Lamar County, specifically Melbourne.
Yeah, this morning, WPTV News Channel 5 Lawful is keeping tabs on the conditions in Melbourne. And I know just a bit ago we saw wind really whipping, and that looks like it's still that way, huh?
Yeah, wind is going pretty good out here, that's for sure. The sun just rose, so we can actually see the ocean, see the swells. Check it out right now. It's actually a beautiful sight out here. We can see these big waves, much bigger than normal, continuing to churn out there on the Atlantic. And if we pan over here to the left, you can see it's become a spectacle out here. Dozens of people out here trying to take this all in. But just to give you a good idea of all this wind, you can see all that ocean mist way off in the distance, and that's kind of, you can kind of taste the air out here. It's thick, it's heavy, but really a beautiful sight with the sun rising out here. So of course we're on the barrier island here. Mandatory evacuation order for this area starting in just about 40 minutes from now. Select areas around Brevard County. Shelters opened up yesterday, and the airport here is going to shut down at about noon, but a lot of the business out here are sheltered up, preparing for whatever might happen out here. Of course, people here also paying close attention to how that storm is predicted to turn and how far north it's going to go versus west. But definitely there is some optimism out here. People trying to, the wait, they say, is the hardest part, but people out here trying to make the most of it with the wait, trying to see what exactly happens first, Palm Beach County, and then on north through the Treasure Coast, and then out here to the Space Coast. But we're going to be stationed out here through the thick of it, see what the storm brings. We're going to give you reports out here in Melbourne, but for now we're live out here on the beach. Andrew Loffbaum, WPTV News Channel 5.
Andrew, thank you. Definitely not a day to be out in hot water. Wow. Well, whether you are hunkering down or evacuating, WPTV is staying with you. We have you covered everywhere. Take that Roku, the Fire Stick, your Apple TV device with you. Make sure you download our WPTV app now while you still have all that time to charge up the phone. We'll be streaming our live coverage, keeping you informed of the storm every step of the way. We'll be right back.
97 on Avon.
That's okay.
You know, we see those beaches that typically get erosion throughout the course of the year. This is going to be one of those circumstances where it really, really hits hard, especially the bathtub beach.
Yeah, and it's been coming days, but we can start seeing some of those impacts as early as today. And that's where we find WPTV News Channel 5 Stephanie Suskind this morning. Stephanie, what types of conditions are you seeing there?
Well, now that we have some daylight, the wind is still strong. We saw some rain move through here, and yes, you can really see some of those impacts out here. The waves are huge. You can see all of those white caps out there. The waves really coming in strong up on the beach here, and yes, certainly an area where we worry about beach erosion. This beach has undergone a lot of renourishment, several projects just in the past couple of years, and certainly will be something to keep an eye on through the duration of this storm. But the wind is strong out here. The waves are large. You can hear them. You can feel the wind. We had one of those quick moving showers come through here about 25, 30 minutes ago. Some really fast moving rain, and the rain has subsided now, but definitely you still have that wetness, that humidity out in the air. We have seen a couple of people come out here to take a last look at the beach and the view before they head in and before we really feel the sun of the storm. So a couple people here and there, but of course, Labor Day weekend is a packed place to be. Now instead, it's an evacuation zone. Reporting live at Bahamas Beach, Stephanie Suskind, WPTV, Channel 5.
Yeah, those waves do not typically like that on our coastline.
Melbourne to there to Pierce, all over the place. There are ice piers.
We know that the eye of Hurricane Dorian is still 100 miles offshore, so just imagine how large it is. Westward. It's actually, I looked it up earlier. If it's moving at 1 mile per hour, the average adult walks at 3 miles per hour.
That's usually slow walk or even at that. Let's get Tickling Laser right now, tracking the. You're expecting the 8 o'clock update, not too far from now, right?
No, not too far. Now they've been coming out a little bit early too, and they've been actually putting out hourly updates to help us, especially since we're over just devastating. But they've been putting out hourly updates to keep us up to date on the strength and how fast it's moving. And you just mentioned it's only moving at 1 mile per hour. One of our biggest concerns right now are these rain bands really whipping in along the coast. We've been tracking those from day to day. We're going to see more and more of those heavy rainfalls. There is the slight risk for tornadic activity whenever you have rain bands like this swooping on in. So that's something we have to watch out for here from 1:30 this afternoon, 3, 4, 5 o'clock, and it gets closer and closer. And you can see on this model here, the outer bands of the eye starting to come in pretty close to the Florida coast. And as we get into overnight
A magnitude 2.88 earthquake occurred.
Some of the
Pulse phase 32.0 kilometers deep,
and we're looking
0 minutes
anywhere
ago by Jeanette
4 to 5 to
Status
6 inches of rainfall or more possible. We are going to look for things to start to clear up by Wednesday, but today and tomorrow, Hurricane Dorian. All right, we'll talk more coming up.
Hopefully, anything if there's a complainant, landline will call in. Canberra copy permit. 3881. 3881.
Earthquake update. Hawke's Bay, magnitude 3.05. 37.0 kilometers deep, 2 minutes ago by Jeanette status M.
Camera Meyer check.
Stand for 1.
Show up shitty risk.
727.
A magnitude 2.8 earthquake occurred. 5 kilometers Norcia, PG, 10.0 kilometers deep, 7 minutes ago by INGB status M.
We're 1297. 448.
448.
A magnitude 2.8 earthquake occurred. Central Italy, 11.0 kilometers deep, 3 minutes ago by EMSC status M.
827. Robin Lane.
26 729.
205. 1035. Please service. Have complaint on the line wishing to speak to the sergeant.
1047.
Good morning, everyone. Those outer bands now of Hurricane Dorian smashing into the Florida coast here with very gusty winds and heavy rainfall. We're going to track those for you and talk about where this storm is headed coming up.
And we have team coverage this morning from Indian River County to southern Palm Beach County.
Our crews are out there keeping you in the know as Hurricane Dorian inches closer. Plus, our meteorologists have the new track this morning. And for that, we want to turn things over to Storm Team 5 meteorologist Mike Glazer. What's the latest?
Good morning. Well, the latest is still a Category 5 hurricane edging its way through Bahamas right now. Down to 1 mile per hour. That's how fast it's moving. Winds at 165 miles per hour. And it's going to stay over Grand Bahama pretty much the whole day today. It's a devastating storm. It looks like it's going through what we call an eye wall replacement, where the old eye collapses and a new one forms. So that sometimes can weaken the storm a little bit. But sometimes after that happens, the storm tends to expand a bit. So we'll see if that takes place. The center of the storm, the eye, about 102 miles away from our coast right now. And some big wave heights coming in on some of the readings here. Anywhere from 16 to 20 feet to 23 to 27-foot seas being reported with this storm right now. And all of that toward the coast here, 20-foot seas here before the day is through. The storm is a Cat 5 and expected to stay that way as we move through the morning and into the afternoon today. Making it into a Category 4 overnight tonight, but it's all relative. I mean, Category 4 is still an extremely dangerous storm. And as we get into tomorrow morning, that's when it makes its closest approach to us. There are still a few computer models that bring it on shore in our area, not very many. So the cone does still include some of Palm Beach County and then all of the coast here, but most of the models may be high offshore. That being said, we still can see very close winds moving into our area tomorrow before the storm takes off by Wednesday. So people keep asking me, Where might the wind gusts go? How much wind might we feel? This is just one computer estimate on Vipercast as to what we might see. And this is about 4 o'clock this afternoon. You see those wind gusts picking up to 42 to 49 miles per hour. Remember, tropical storm force winds 39 to 73 miles per hour. So this is above tropical storm force, the threshold of tropical storm force winds. And then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, 55 to 67 mile per hour wind gusts, and then getting up to possibly 70 mile per hour wind gusts as we get to this afternoon. They could be higher than that before the hurricane would come in on the track. And then it's
Signal 14, the homeowners that you can strap down all the stuff in the trailer and then put other items inside the garage.
Rain right now. Katia Hollow, whipping in along the coast.
Yeah, we've got a lot of rain to talk about, so let's get right to it. You can see Hurricane Dorian off the coast here, off the coast of right near over the Grand Bahama right now, and these rain bands working its way through the area. So zoom you in right here, and you can see across Martin County right now on 95 of the Turnpike, rain working its way into that area. It's going to be tracking to the southwest here. So Stuart, you can see that rain up early at 7:36, possibly around 7:39 for you. Jupiter, you're starting to see some lighter rain, but get ready because a big downpour heading into Jupiter around 7:45. Palm Beach Gardens around 7:55. Some showers and even some thunderstorms right here up near Wellington. Right now, there's some lightning developing here to the south of the acreage, extending all the way into the Green Acres area right now. And then Boynton Beach, you're seeing some lighter rain there, but get ready to meet a Gardens. You're seeing some heavier rain in your backyard around 7:43. Yamato around 7:37. And Boca Raton around 7:41. So we are expected to see more rainfall as we head into the next couple of days here, upwards of maybe 5 to 6 inches of rain possible, with the potential for some isolated amounts up to maybe 8 inches a little bit close to the coastline. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes here.
And from the live desk, we're seeing as daylight is approaching, we've been sharing some of the devastation from the Bahamas. But here locally, as Glenn and Kazi have been talking about the wind gusts and everything, this is something that one of our photojournalists shared, and that is Trey shared this. This is the jetty area up in Fort Pierce, and you can see the waves and everything there. Keeping in mind also that the Coast Guard said that yesterday they had to rescue 3 people from their boat. So not good conditions to head out. They said you have to be cautious, you have to be prepared, and pretty much stay off the beaches. And we'll continue to share this video as daylight comes. As this video continues to come in, and some of you will be sending it to us. We'll make sure to share that with you. Back to you in the studio.
All right, what you pardon me, taking a look at right now is video after Hurricane Dorian finished his track through the Abaco Islands in the Bahamas, which is a path of destruction. Look at that SUV right there, that minivan. The windows just blown out of the roofs, ripped off for this powerful Category 5 storm, really causing some damage. Video from that behind us. Just not good folks. Here in Florida, the strong winds, of course, could rough up our beaches. WPTV Digital has Kevin Barry.
Yes, Kevin Barry right now is live at the beach near Indian River Plantation Golf Club in Florida. Kevin, what are you seeing out there? How's the stuff?
Yeah, good morning. You said it came up, and 20 minutes ago, it was just like we were seeing before. This has been dry, and it was still very windy. The water was still very rough. But then we were actually talking to someone on the beach about how gorgeous it is in a certain way. She's a surfer who comes out here 5 days a week and is on these waters all the time and was kind of in awe of the power of it. And then for 5 minutes in between, it was a torrential downpour that drenched us. And then just as soon as it was here, it's gone again. The skies were not at least dropping rain on us, but now everything is soaked, and even more people are coming up to take pictures of this big wave and some of the, some of the work that the water has done onto the sand here. People appreciating when the water comes in and these big sprays that hit that rock formation there, sending the water up into the air. Really kind of taking an appreciation for Mother Nature. But what we were talking about before, those quick moving bands of rain, they came through here, and it was it came with a force, and now just as quickly as it was here, it's gone. Live in Stewart, I'm Kevin Barry, WPTV News Channel 5.
There are concerns over water levels at Lake Okeechobee, a troubling prediction on the amount of water you could see in coming days.
Our storm team by meteorologists there working around the clock because of that ominous storm right there. Hurricane Dorian, a Category 5 storm at the moment. We'll have an update after the break.
5.
Yeah, 37.
737.
Four for Express Shelton. 44 on 10. Go ahead. This female's she locked herself out of the house. I'm going to follow her residence. I believe she's just going to be north of the city limits. So we're in Nazareth. 44 on 10. Okay. Yeah, I believe it's going to be 5400 A1A. It's called Delmore. F7. Have someone go over there and see if they can help her out. What's your two for? Barbara. 44.
Welcome back. Right now, Indian River County is in a hurricane warning, and those mandatory evacuations do go into effect this morning at 8 a.m.
Indian River County area. WPT News Unified's Marielle Carbone live there with the latest minute push to get people to safety. What are the conditions like there, Marielle?
Well, now that it's light out, we're finally starting to see some of the water and the waves coming in. If you come over here, you can just see all these waves going back and back in the water. It's coming up pretty far. Where I'm at right now, about 10 feet from where you can get on that public access ramp, and the water has been coming all the way up here. Now, one woman that's been out here, she told me that these waves, she's just calling it a never-ending wave pool with all the water coming in. Now, just a few minutes ago, we actually spoke to the mayor of Vero Beach. She was out here, and he's just telling people that he's hoping that people don't take this the same way that they took Matthew or Irma, where they saw the storm turn and think, oh, it's no big deal, so they're choosing to stay. He said that he's still hoping that people are taking the warning and they are evacuating if they're out on these islands, like you had mentioned. 8 a.m. is the time that they're starting these mandatory evacuations. And one of those big concerns is just the storm surges that are going to come off the water here in the coming days. And again, the water already coming up pretty far. You can see it behind me with the waves coming in. And it hasn't even reached the full high tide time yet for this area. So that's why they're warning people to get out if you can, once those mandatory evacuations start at 8 p.m. Or 8 a.m. That's really the latest here. Still just watching this water and the wind coming in as this storm moves closer. For now, reporting live here in Vero Beach, Marielle Carver, WPTV News Channel 5.
Definitely see the change in surf everywhere across the Palm Beaches.
We're starting to see what those wind gusts are actually doing across the entire viewing area. WPTV News Channel 5 Storm Team 5 here on What are we looking at right now?
We're looking at these rain dams just whipping in along the coast. I think you're going to see more and more of our reporters out in the field as they start talking. Maybe they're nice and dry, and then suddenly, whoosh, these bands start flying in. They're moving at 50 miles per hour faster, coming in along the coast right there. And the closer the storm gets to us over the next day and a half or so, the thicker these rain bands are going to get. The heavier the rainfall, the more the potential for quick localized flooding as some of these heavy downpours roll in. I'm going to give you a 3D shot here of these cloud tops. You can see some of these cloud tops really starting to pop up here as some of their heavier rainfall starts to move in. So what we're looking at is tropical storm conditions for today and tonight. And then tomorrow, as the storm edges and is closest to us, the potential for some hurricane force winds coming in. The hurricane warning is actually issued from the Treasure Coast. We've got a hurricane watch for eastern Palm Beach County, tropical storm warning for all of Palm Beach County and Orange County, and a storm surge warning. This is something we're going to be watching really carefully. The storm surge from this storm, all of the Treasure Coast and right along the coast in Palm Beach County, you can see this massive push of water. 494.6 west. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Let's talk a little bit about the speeds coming in. And we've seen storm force winds coming in.
Freddie, those gusts have been picking up to 37 miles per hour in South Spot. That's a threshold for tropical storm winds up to 39 miles per hour. In fact, Juno Beach picked up a wind gust over 40 miles per hour this morning. So we're already starting to see the impact of Hurricane Dorian right now. Here's a look at those sustained winds picking up to around 15 to 20 miles per hour. But here's a look at the current wind gusts. And get a look at this. Jupiter, you're seeing a wind gust up to 38 miles per hour. Bureau around 34 for you. Boca Raton right now, 31 miles per hour, 49 out in Belle Glade. And of course, those winds will continue to remain strong throughout the day. And as we head into tonight, going into tomorrow, those winds will pick up even more. So we are expecting to see tropical storm winds as we head into, again, tonight, tomorrow, and maybe Wednesday morning, with wind speeds picking up to around 39 to 73 miles per hour. Not out of the question to see any hurricanes.
Fairly Harbor, there are cold that are going to come back after the storm control the area.
There's a potential for some flooding. Rainfall totals maybe around 4 to 6 inches, with some localized spots around 8 inches of rainfall, a little bit closer to the coastline. As Glenn was just talking about the potential for storm surge running around to maybe 2 to 7 feet. And we could also see a few tornadoes from those rain bands that may be working its way into the area throughout the day. We'll be showing you that
Remember, WPTV will remain on air if the power goes out. These are all the WPTV radio partners on your screen. Get your batteries in your radio now before the power goes out. You can simulcast us from Palm Beaches.
Any contact with any river CP, any officer?
Up to $900 back on a qualifying HVAC system. Find a participating contractor at AmericanMissouriSavings.com.
All right, it's Friday, August 30th at 11:30 a.m. This update coming to you on Hurricane Dorian. And the latest news is not good. The hurricane is strengthened. It's gotten much bigger, much stronger, with a lot more potential to be that storm that none of us wants it to become. Again, before I go underway,
This is Tanya Rogers reporting from the live. Just want to show you some of these flights canceled due to Hurricane Dorian. If you take a look here, this is just affecting just Palm Beach International Airport, and as you can see, many of them have been canceled. You see a couple of other ones here say scheduled, but pretty much they're canceled because Palm Beach International Airport is closed. Fort Lauderdale Airport also closed. We're being told the Orlando Airport, though, is open. Now, quoting the flight where nearly 1,000 flights have been canceled in and out of Florida on this Labor Day because of the hurricane. Make sure for any future flight plans that you check directly with the airlines. But again, over 1,000 flights are canceled. And as you can see, Palm Beach International Airport is closed. We'll have much more coming up within the hour. Back to you in the studio.
So a good time to remind everybody that PBIA is not a shelter. PBIA not a shelter again. So if you had travel plans, you cannot sleep at the airport. Most airlines are offering refunds and flight changes. You give them a call directly and talk about your options there. Nice.
This morning, there are still gas stations in the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast with fuel we had to cover when it comes to availability. Just go to our website to find a list of the stations in the city that's still on operation.
Dangerous storm, and it could bring some very strong winds and rough surf right to our area. WPTV News Channel 5's Katie LeGrone is monitoring the conditions in Boca Raton right now. What do you see out there, Katie?
Hey, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Boca Raton, you can see the surf kicking up.
People are walking the beach trying to see what things look like from the shoreline, and it is choppy.
Exercise in or something, but before too long, folks, it is going to be too dangerous to be that close to the water. Glad we can give you that